10:45 and we're right on schedule. First item this afternoon is item 13, absenteeism, truancy, and Tanya and Representative Larson, welcome. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tanya Heitrick, Legislative Service Office. This topic comes to you through your fourth priority, which is performance of minority and at-risk students. And I would remind the committee, this is just an introduction to the topic. The chairman have asked that we discuss just this piecemeal portion of it, and then it will be on the agenda for the September meeting for extensive discussion. And the Department of Education at that time will have performance-related data as well on this topic. I will quickly move through the laws guiding this subject. Representative Larson and also Senator Ellis saw this issue in their 2019 work and came forward with a couple of bills. And actually last year, a portion of that work went forward in 2021, Chapter 163, Senate File 68. As you know, compulsory attendance is required for all students ages 7 through 16 in 10th grade. Home-based private schools, they're all required to have compulsory attendance. School districts, boards of trustees are required to appoint attendance officers. Primarily, the oversight is with the local board of trustees. Attendance officers are required to report in writing all of the students that are absent. The attendance officers are also required to investigate the causes of the unexcused absence, including counseling and providing notice. In the instance of a second unexcused absence, an attendance officer is required to file a complaint against the child, parent, or guardian before the district court for violation of compulsory attendance if the attendance officer believes the absence was due to willful neglect or failure of a parent, guardian, or custodian. Habitually truant students are covered under the Juvenile Justice Act, and I think Representative Larson and Senator Ellis will cover this at length. They've done a lot of work in this area in their Select Tribal Committee. There appears to be a disconnect between the Juvenile Justice Act and the CHINS, the Child in Need of Supervision Act. Both of them discuss absentee and habitual truancy, but there seems to be a disconnect between those, as well as with the compulsory attendance laws that are contained in Title 21. Habitually truant under the compulsory attendance laws is defined as a student who misses 5 unexcused absences in a single school year. School boards are required now to adopt rules and regulations identifying unexcused absences, and also there's an exception for students that are attending to sick or ill or the death of a family member. In addition, you added a provision for excused absences for state fair attendance. As I stated, Representative Larson, I think, has some comments, and probably Senator Ellis too. She put together a very astute email on the topic to the committee members. And also, Mr. Brian Farmer will be commenting as well. He has a very extensive presentation, and given the time of the day, I'll just run through them quickly. So, subject to your question.
Thank you. Representative Larson.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really, and I think I speak for Senator Ellis as well as the Tribal Relations Committee, really appreciate you looking at this again. And I would just suggest to the committee that the disconnect in the statutes really are far-reaching from district to district around the state. And I'll share a couple of examples with you that kind of brought this discussion to the forefront. Is about 3 years ago, we spent about 2 years on this discussion in our tribal relations because of the disproportionate amount of absenteeism that takes place on the reservation with our Native American kids. And so we were trying to figure out how do we prevent this and how do we stop it. So we got we had meetings where we had representation from all the school districts in Fremont County, we had the Department of Family Services, we had the county attorney, as well as law enforcement in a room together. And we started listening and saying, well, you know, how does this work for you? And, and you heard the school district say, well, you know, we have in compulsory attendance, a habitual truant is 5 or more unexcused absences. But our school district, all of those school districts had different amounts of time that they used for, and so they weren't in compliance with state law. And then they says, but when a kid doesn't come, then we call Department of Family Services. Well, the Department of Family Service gal pipes up and she says, yeah, why is that? Where is it in compulsory education that it says that we step in and take this on as neglect? You're talking about neglect here. And she was right, because it talks about willful neglect with no definition or no reference to the juvenile section of our statutes. And then you would hear the county attorney. So what happens is as Tanya pointed out, is if the attendance officer, is that what we call the guy? The attendance officer thinks that there's been habitual truancy, so that they've missed more than 5 days, then in 107 it says that they initiate proceedings in the best interest of the child, which is interesting, under the Juvenile Justice Act. Well, the Juvenile Justice Act is the criminal portion for juveniles, and so that would imply that the child has committed a crime. And so the county attorney says, we don't do that. We always use child in need of services, or if there is neglect, then perhaps we would look at the protective services where that child would come out and go into foster care if there was neglect. But we certainly don't look at it as a crime, but that's what our statutes say. And then you go into that section that governs the child protective stuff, and they talk about complaints on supervision investigation, and it says in there to use the use of the truancy statutes. There aren't any anywhere. That's really the only reference to truancy in there. And so the point being is we try to really put a foundation down on how we can address absenteeism and address truancy. And right now, truancy, truancy as it refers to in a footnote here would imply that's an indicative to delinquency or incorrigibility. Did I say that right? Close. But yet we look at it, truancy as just missing school. And so right now the burden on absenteeism falls on the parent, where if it was a knuckleheaded Larson kid that just jumped the bus and didn't go to school of his own free will, there's really no recourse there, no separation. So we, a couple of years ago, tried to address some of those corrections. We plowed that field. Maybe we missed some turns or something there, but I would really encourage this committee to step back and maybe review that. And if there's some things that we could make work on that, but we really need to close those gaps so that compulsory education is in harmony with what the school districts are required to do, which is, and then if there is a need for child services that are Department of Family Services in our juvenile section conforms to what we're trying to do in education. Right now, I would just share to you that our discovery through that investigation is there's just a number of disconnects. And so this could easily be a 2-hour, this could be as long as your reading discussion this morning. But I hope that I would hope that as you get ready to for your September meeting, that perhaps you'll look over some of the documentation that we give you and really kind of check that out, because it's really kind of revealing. And I think the corrections are not difficult, and put them in place would certainly make moving forward with policy and law much easier. Just my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Would you like to weigh in at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of to add a few other things. I think so the draft bill that the bill that we introduced in the 2020 session, passed out of the Senate with a lot of strong support. And the hard part is it's a confusing bill because it references various statutes. But just to refresh the committee's memory, I think we picked up on some of that this last session, but I think the big area we need to focus on this time around is really creating a distinction between when the absence is due to the willful nature of the kid versus when it's due to parental neglect. And that's where things start falling apart. We have parts in our statute that assume that it's a habitual student who's, trying to be truant and difficult to work with. What's the right remedy for those children versus, the other situation where it's the act of the parents. So in that engrossed version of the bill that has been circulated on page 5, you'll see that we tackled 2 definitions, and both of them are encompassed under what would be defined as an unexcused absence. You'll notice, though, that we deleted that the definition being 5 or more unexcused absences is the equation of what a habitual truant is. As my co-chair mentioned, we've seen wide variety out there among the districts, and this is really an attempt to model what's out there and be respectful to decisions that districts have already made. We did talk about having a uniform number of days, but we realized that there's some school districts that have 4-day school weeks. So it wasn't a perfect apples to apples comparison if you have a shorter day for a 5-day school week versus a longer day with a 4-day week. So we left that to be decided by the school districts. But then you'll see as once you kind of get your arms around what these definitions are, if you start combing through the bill, how these definitions could support our Child Protection Act, which is found in Title 14, how they could be woven into the Children in Need of Supervision Act. And so a lot of these would be conforming amendments to make sure they're all cross-referenced so we understand what kind of neglect we're talking about. But another thing that I think will warrant probably a little bit more controversy and discussion in this discussion is what the appropriate penalty is for parents that are referred for prosecution. Presently, the statute says that they could be subject to a misdemeanor charge and be fined not more than $5 and $25. In reaching out to the Fremont County School Districts, one of the comments that's really stuck with me over the years was he called it a mockery, that amount being too low. Or you could be imprisoned in the county jail of up to 10 days. When we worked on this bill, I think there was kind of universal agreement that imprisoning a parent or guardian wouldn't do a lot to help get a child to school. So there seemed to be a strong disagreement on removing that imprisonment. But we did have a robust discussion about what an appropriate fee would be. Some arguing that, if it's a grandparent that's raising a child because the parents are incarcerated, having some sympathy for situations like that versus other instances where this might be a larger sign of other neglect issues. So these are, I think, some of the things that my co-chair and I offered some ideas, but certainly going through the legislative process, I think we'd want folks to weigh in on what would be appropriate if that at all. I think that's a fair question. And the last thing I'd add is this provides some much needed clarity over what happens when the child is Native American. The federal government in 1978 passed something called the Indian Child Welfare Act, which dictates that anytime you have a proceeding that might affect the status of that child, like a termination of parental rights proceeding, that there be certain notification requirements done to the tribe so that they can intervene in those proceedings. And it was really passed at the time in acknowledgement that for much of the 50s and 60s, there was an assumption in our country that it was better to place Indian children in white families. And so we saw a lot of disruption at the tribal level of children being forcibly migrated away from their culture. And so that was the impetus for the Indian Child Welfare Act's passage. And so this act that we worked on acknowledges the importance of that federal statute and provides some clarity, because we did hear that in the Fremont County School Districts of, well, what do I do if the child is Native? What am I supposed to do? And so by passing this, we're trying to make it clear so that we can be respectful of that federal law. So happy to answer any questions, and just want to thank you, everyone, again, for your willingness to take this up.
Representative Larson, I believe you had a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to tag on the very end of what Representative Ellis commented on in Fremont County, so you've got a public school that's on the reservation that complies with state laws, but any civil action is governed by the Tribal Law and Order Code. And so state statute says that they're referred to district court if that child lives on the reservation, they're under the jurisdiction of the tribal law and order code. And so we corrected that as well. And that's just kind of what you see in those things that we hope that we'll be able to remedy as you tackle this further in September, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Lloyd, help refresh my memory. Did this bill, it passed the Senate, as I recall, and it failed over in the House side. And I think that wasn't in the committee though, was it?
No, the guy presenting on the floor didn't do a very good job.
Do you recall any of the real questions or the problems with that bill that were the resistance?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and I think one of the biggest concerns that we've seen on the House floor was that there was a concern on the penalty issue, particularly as it pertained to Native American families. And that was unfortunate because you'll recall, if they're a Native family and they're living on the Wind River Reservation, that's governed by the tribal law and order code. It would go through their tribal court, and the fine would be assessed by that jurisdiction, not the district court. And once, after the fact, after the dust settled, had that conversation with people, they says, oh, yeah, we get it. It's complex. It's not an easy, that's all a mess, but that's what we tried to do. But that was some of the conversation. I think that there was some concern. I think that there was also some concern on the House side that that we were limiting the ability of a parent at that time to take a child. And I remember the example was to go move cows, and that would be an unexcused absence. But I think we've remedied that through our bill this last year, where the school district has the ability to determine what an unexcused absence is. I don't think it was really too relevant, but I heard that loud and clear last time, but I think we took care of that this session.
Yes, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And my recollection from that time was there was concern about whether, the tribes had been adequately visited with. And I think as we go forward, I think it's really important that we get them an invite and in front of us or to sit here with us to make sure we have that input moving forward. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that was a concern. I think the accuracy of that is not, because, and I say that solely because I remember pulling off the highway on my way down to the legislative session and visiting with the Northern Arapaho Council and having their support. That's why they called me, was to emphasize the support that they had for that. The Shoshone Business Council at that time had already issued, had expressed to me, not in a written document, but had expressed to me their support for it. So I think firming that up is always the right thing to do, Representative Summers, and are happy to do that. It's still that was a concern. How we address it to make sure that it's not a concern in the future is important.
Questions from the committee? I guess you didn't have anything more, Tanya, or did you have something else?
The only additional information that I would offer, there are two other LSO memos. One prepared by Heather Jarvis, and it's dated August 2019, and then a program evaluation issue brief prepared by Carla Smith, and it's dated August 8th of 2019. Those were prepared for the Select Tribal Committee, and they outline in detail the nuances that they discussed today.
Co-chair.
Question for Representative Larson, if Senator Ellis either one. If we take this up next time, which I presume we will, Mr. Chairman, would it be a good idea for us to have LSO issue a formal invitation to the two tribal business councils that we would welcome any testimony any of their representatives might have at our meeting, wherever it's going to be?
So I'll defer a little bit to Senator Ellis to make the final comment, but I think you would be better to have, if you've got a draft, of what it is you're going to do is better than to, I think, to where you could have a constructive idea on what is working in the bill and what isn't. To come in without a draft, I think would just lend to a general support or not support of a concept.
Follow up?
Mr. Chairman, I think having a bill draft would be a wise thing for this committee to instruct sooner rather than later, just so we're not working off an engrossed version that has some concepts that we've already taken care of, but other outstanding issues. But I also want to impress the importance. This isn't just a tribal relations bill. We heard testimony from a friend, or actually a former colleague on our committee who ran a hotel, and one of her employees was being dragged to court because of their kid's absence. And this poor woman said, I take my kid to school every day, but he leaves. I don't know what to do. And now I might be charged with a misdemeanor. And so, even if we don't provide the clarity on the ICWA language, the rest of it has huge implications for the rest of Wyoming. So I think that reaching out to our tribal counterparts is absolutely appropriate. We'll be meeting again, tribal relations this coming month. And so we can have some of those informal conversations, but I would just urge the committee to not put it all on, this is a tribal relations issue. It has statewide impacts.
Yes, Co-Chair Scott.
Distributed to us 20 LSO 0193, which was an absentee and truancy bill from previous Joint Interim Education Committee. Is that in form such that we could ask the LSO to put it in current bill form and modify it to reflect the things that did pass? And would that be a good starting point for the committee for a draft for next time?
Who wants to answer that? Okay. Okay. Senator Ellis.
Chairman, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Representative Conley.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I was going back to, kind of looking at the digest from the bill on the floor, and one of the things that I'm seeing is that there were quite a few amendments, it looks to me, that were passed in the House committee. And so I would urge, as we go forward, that we take a look at what it is that the House committee did, and I think it passed out of there 8-1 with us going forward. But I'd also just like to make a comment that for me, this bill, it honestly has two purposes, one of which I like, the other of which I'm a little concerned about. The part that I like is I want tidy statutes. It's clear this is not tidy, right? That the definitions are unclear. The interaction between and among agencies is unclear. We need for things to be tidy. But for me, the bigger issue is about how this issue came about and how it fits with the committee's directive that we look at differential educational outcomes by race and ethnicity. That's what our kind of topic is. And we understand that school attendance is absolutely correlated with success. And if populations of students aren't attending school, they're not going to be as successful as those that do. So for me, taking care of absenteeism and truancy is only a tiny part of the real issue, which is about school attendance. And those supplementary materials that we got didn't really point to a need to change statutes, right? It pointed to cultural competency, for example, in terms of attendance. So again, I'm in favor of moving forward with cleaning up, right, confusing statutes. But for me, the bigger issue is really about attendance and those differential outcomes. Mr. Chairman.
Co-Chair Scott.
Mr. Chairman. For the representative, when you said it's not neat and tidy, it needs to be, were you referring to the existing law that this bill cures it? Or were you referring to this bill needing work? You were on,
Yeah.
I wasn't clear what you're talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, our statutes right now are unclear. I mean, there's no two ways about it, that interaction kind of between and among attendants and shins, seriously, it definitely needs work. This bill so far, I think does part of it, but doesn't do all of it.
Yes, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in full candor, I have gazillions of pages of fact sheets and notes and presenting this bill over the years that I've been saving in my files. And one of the things, I'll just repeat it. This is not an everything bill. This is a first step. In our tribal relations, we heard some really great testimony about things that districts in Fremont County were trying to do to increase absenteeism for their population specifically. We heard about people in the school districts, if a kid would miss a bus, they would actually drive to their home and bring that kid to school. And so we wanted to have a more robust discussion of just those specific instances and try and think outside the box of how we can provide better support. This issue, though, of our convoluted statutes just kept getting in the way. And so in my view, this is step one. And hopefully this isn't, I would hope that this committee doesn't look at the work of looking at-risk students, minority students as a 1 year, we fixed it all this year. I mean, I think that this is an ongoing issue for us. So I want to be clear, like, I think there's a lot more work to do.
Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in response to Representative Conley's point, and she's spot on, but that's exactly the conclusion that we came to and was the basis for why, as Senator Ellis pointed out, because as those individuals, our school districts and our Department of Family Services and our county attorneys were trying to really figure out a way that they could jointly address issues that you point up. There were just too many potholes in the road, and so let's fix those first. And any ideas on absenteeism? I mean, in Fremont County, we have some schools that are graduating less than 25% of the kids. If that was happening, we've said a number of times, if that were happening perhaps in other districts, there would be more of a fire, but we've worked really hard to do that. And this committee's been very supportive of doing that. I just think, as Senator Ellis pointed out, this is a good first step.
Sommers.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know quite what your procedure will be, but I would move that we draft that bill. Let me get the number right.
LSO 193.
Yeah. 20 LSO 193 as a committee bill. And I would further in my motion request if staff can dig up the House committee amendments that had passed committee when it got to the floor, just so we have those as something to look at. So that would be my motion.
Okay, do I hear a second? Seconded by co-chair Scott. We need a voice vote, or do we have to have it? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion is carried. Any further discussion on this bill? I guess we've pretty much, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one desire, I guess, on my part for information coming into our next meeting. I would be very curious to know what the rate of truancy has been, history, as far as in Wyoming schools, native schools, and the public schools off the reservation. Do we see an increase in it over time? What have we seen that develop over, the social aspects of it or not, or how that's kind of played out, just as kind of to add some information to this.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Representative Nyman. Great question, but what's the definition of truancy? We don't have it. We don't, and it's kind of that's right here, because as you look at habitual truancy, my view from my generation, truancy was when I elected not to go to school because I, knucklehead kid. We don't have that definition really in our statutes, and so I think if you go to the districts and they're a little hesitant, or maybe the information you get or they provide is a little unclear, I think it comes back to this very issue. We don't segregate truancy being a child electing not to go, and absenteeism, which may be because the parent isn't requiring them or prohibiting to go.
I guess maybe to try to clarify that, and I appreciate that, Representative Larson, maybe it's excused and unexcused absences is what I'm looking for over time, as that has developed, years ago. And I'm just going back on what my experience in school as to, there was to me in that time, and don't think I didn't make every effort to not be there, but there was to me, a lot less than what I'm seeing in some of the discussion about the number of kids that were, not there or have excused absences versus excused absences. I guess I'm just, for my own understanding and clarification, trying to see the whole broader picture. Have we seen an increase in the number of unexcused absences in our schools in the state of Wyoming over the last decade or so?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, I think in part the difficulty with that analysis is the fact that each school district is able to define their habitual truancy and unexcused absence in their own manner. And I think the Wyoming School Boards Association will kind of get to this, but one of the documents that they provided or that was referenced in their PowerPoint are the actual attendance policies for the school districts. And so as you can see, each school district may have a different definition of how they're counting those students as unexcused or habitually truant. And so we'll do our very best to get some information together, but that's a consideration, presenting that information.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else from this group before we move to Brian Farmer? All right, thank you.
Chairman?
You're very welcome. Ryan, you're on deck. Looks like Ken's gonna join you also.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Farmer, Wyoming School Boards Association. I do want to point to probably a PowerPoint presentation that we provided to the committee, numbered in your materials as 13-04. There also is a report that we did from a survey, 13-05, and then the combined absentee truancy policies that we did collect from Wyoming school districts at 13-06. So taking a look at that PowerPoint, I think the first thing, and it's really been well pointed out, is that there's several statutes at play. And the first of which, of course, should be the compulsory attendance statutes at 21-4-101 in that sequence. Now, this really ties to your last conversation. Wyoming students between the ages of 7 and 16 have to attend school. That's the #1 compulsory attendance thing. So if you do the math in that, Wyoming does not require kindergarten, not required. So we just got done with an early attendance discussion or early education discussion. And the first thing to know is we don't require kiddos to go to kindergarten in our state. So the requirement is that you start at 7. Historically, that discussion about kindergarten has been a family discussion. And then through the age of 16. There, of course, are allowances for home-based educational programs or private educational programs. And that the board, school board can define what is an excused absence, what amounts to that. Of course, recently modified just a little bit to help clarify that. And that it's the school district's job to enforce this attendance policy, that we want kids to be there. And I think, again, tying back to the discussions from this morning, We want our kids to be the most successful that they can be. And it's really hard for kids to succeed if they're not at school. So we want them at school. We want to make sure mom and dad are getting them to school. And once they're there, we hope that they're gonna stay at school. And if they leave or if they don't get there, then the school district has to figure out why, has to work with them on why. And then the attendance officer is a position defined by statute. But attendance officer is not a position that exists in our funding model. An attendance officer in most school districts across Wyoming is a principal. The school principal is the attendance officer in most districts. Some do give some of that role to other individuals. Some districts have things like a graduation coach, and they've come up with individuals who they said, we want you to go out there and find those kids who aren't coming to school and find out why and work with them. And so there does become kind of this social service sort of aspect to what the school district is doing. Now, the next thing I'd point out is with homebound instruction, and that's that we do know that there are times when kids are going to be at home for an extended period of time due to injury or illness. And when that happens, the district has a homebound program. They figure out a way to work with them. And of course, we've just been through a year like no other in education with all kinds of different outreaches for education. All types of remote, distance, virtual, hybrid educational approaches. And so we do know that there are ways to reach those students who have reasons for not being there in the classroom. So what's the parents' role? And the parents' responsibility really is to make sure that their kid gets to school as required by law. Mom and dad don't want them to be at school. You want to enroll them in a private school. That's fine. You can do that. If you want to allow your child who's under the age of 18 to withdraw from school, you can go in and withdraw that 16, 17-year-old from school, but you got to go talk to the school district about why your child is leaving. And so parents have both a responsibility and a role in that. But then the laws, as Senator Ellis has pointed out and Representative Larson have pointed out, are really inconsistent about whose fault is it and what do we do to remedy that when it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. And of course, in our ideal world, every parent is a good parent. And every child wants to be at school. And so when they're not, it does become difficult at times to ascertain what's behind that, because the reason or the consequences, the failure to comply, as pointed out by Senator Ellis, is that misdemeanor, a penalty of between $5 and $25, and potential for county jail. And this is all in the compulsory attendance statutes. And then if the school district determines a child is a habitual truant, then they have to turn that over to your district attorney, who then will proceed under the Criminal Justice Act. Now, the thing to know about Criminal Justice Act and distinguish it between the other acts in play here is that this is talking about delinquent behavior. Delinquent is a word that we use for childhood criminal behavior, bad. So we're saying that this is akin to, in a way, a criminal behavior if the child is a habitual truant. And the statute, of course, does go on to define what habitual truant is. And as noted, school districts have operationalized that in different ways. Really, the reason for those differences is primarily trying to determine what constitutes contact time, what class contact time amounts to 5 unexcused absences. Of course, as you get to high school and block schedules and things like that, you don't have the same contact time in elementary grades. You can have the 4-day school week. So things can look a little different. So let's say that the kid has met that statutory definition of a habitual truant. The child has 5 or more unexcused absences, and the school district says, so what do we do now? And the question really is this a case of educational neglect? In other words, really, is the parent the responsible actor? Or is this truancy, which really is looking at the student as the responsible actor? Now, educational neglect statutes really are the Child Protective Services statutes, which are found in Title 14. Title 14 deals with children. This committee is most familiar with Title 21, which deals with education. And a part of the Child Protective statutes, that's where DFS starts to get involved, is where it says that it's failure or refusal by those responsible for the child's welfare to provide the adequate care, maintenance, supervision, education or medical, surgical, or any other care necessary for the child's well-being. So the statute does contemplate this idea of educational neglect. Is it the parent's fault that the child's education has been neglected? If so, this is potentially an appropriate statute to proceed with. If it's truancy, if it's the unauthorized absence from school, and I think Representative Larson called it a Larson definition, that classical definition of truancy really is the kid goes to school and then leaves school without permission. They're unauthorized absence from school. So that would lead mom and dad to believe the child's at school, but they leave. Of course, our definition has moved away from the child actually having the contact with the school first and leaving to just the child is away without good reason. So what is the reason for that? And then how do we proceed? And I think that's the question of, is this a delinquency issue? Is this a need for supervision, or is this a need for protection from neglect? And I think the statute, of course, referring to juvenile justice, compulsory attendance statutes refer to juvenile justice and say that this is a delinquent act and it has punitive sanctions. Whereas the child in need of supervision statutes, found at 14.6.401 and sequence, the child in need of supervision statutes really are looking at the child having these behavioral issues that need to be managed, and the child perhaps is in need of supervision. So sometimes you're talking about, is the custody situation of the child such that the child needs to be in different custody? Is the child and parent in a situation where they need help managing the child's behavior because of it being beyond the parent's ordinary control to correct? And of course, that Juvenile Justice Act really is something now that prosecution has to take over. This is where we switch from the school district being responsible, saying, district attorney, yeah, we think that there might be some sort of delinquency here. We think that they've met the habitual truant definition. And now district attorney or county attorney, really, in most cases, it's up to you to take this forward to determine what is the proper penalty or sanction. And of course, the court's going to proceed in what they believe to be the best interest of the child. And the role of the parent and the parent's liability for failing to exercise reasonable care and control of the child is really going to be sort of the subject of the juvenile justice hearing. And so I think one of the important points to remember is that under our current system, at this point, it's out of the school district's hands. The law says if they're a habitual truant, and the law tells you what a habitual truant is, you report it to the county attorney, and then county attorney, you proceed under Juvenile Justice Act. That's following a straight line. The law here does not work as a straight line because there are the children in need of supervision statutes or CHINS statutes. And these CHINS statutes bring up this idea of habitual truancy, even though there's no direct reference in the compulsory attendance statutes to the CHINS statutes. There's no direct line to connect them. Again, the court's going to act in the best interest of the child. And here they're trying to determine if there are behavioral challenges where the state should come in to help manage the behavior of the child through detention, shelter care, or taking actions to protect the well-being of the child. Again, this is something referred typically to the district attorney. So there is prosecutorial discretion. What are the tools that the prosecutor should use? The CHIN statutes, the child neglect statutes, or the juvenile justice statutes. What tools does the prosecutor think they should use to address a particular situation? Now, I will tell you, there is great diversity of how our county attorneys deal with this, our district attorneys. Some of our districts across the state say they've got a very good relationship. They've developed programs with their local prosecutors. I've heard Park County has a good program where the school districts work with the prosecutor office there, and they have a good way of weeding out between those cases that meet some statutory definition and those cases that are real issues of kids that maybe have something that needs to be managed, where somebody from outside perhaps should be stepping in to help manage that. I know Teton County is a district that said it's dependent on our prosecutor. We used to have a prosecutor who didn't deal well with this. We currently do have a prosecutor who does deal with this. Other counties say our prosecutor's not interested in it at all. The prosecutor has so much on their plate, they don't want to deal with these cases. And so they'll only deal with the most extreme cases, oftentimes requiring law enforcement involvement or DFS contact outside of the school setting. So I think, again, there becomes a point where we're now beyond the idea of the child attending school. We've said that there's something going on in this kiddo's life and family's life that needs help. And we've pointed now to social service as a way to help. So of course, Department of Family Services can potentially have a role in this. And DFS has promulgated rules, and the DFS rules really have said, we're going to back out of this. This issue of habitual truancy is not one that we're generally going to get involved with unless the caretaker's behavior is preventing the student from attending school. And so even though statutorily there is a potential connection in the protective statutes that would bring DFS in, DFS is in a tough place because their own rules say DFS will generally not become involved in a truancy case. So let's get down to school district policies. How do school districts make sense of all of this? And I will tell you, we did a survey just recently, and 42 of our 48 school districts were able to respond to the survey, which is good. We certainly would have hoped for 48. But I think the committee should know that we've currently, in this past year, we've had 11 transitions in school district superintendencies. That means about a quarter of our superintendents are going to be new this next year. And I can tell you today that I know of 2 that will occur in the 21-22 school year. One of them will happen here fairly soon. One of them's an early announcement of a retirement. So we're seeing transitions in school district leadership, and that's made it a little bit difficult at times for us to get a good handle on what's happening in those districts as they're going through transitions of their own. But there's really 3 big issues that school districts are dealing with. Attendance, which is basically we want kids in school. Absence or absenteeism, and that's really the difference between approved absences or excused absences and unapproved or unexcused absences. And truancy, what do we do when a kid's not at school? How do we deal with that? Wyoming School Boards Association does have a model policy service, and I think we've got about 42, 43 of the school districts that subscribe to our policy service. Some of them use our policies as their policies. Some of them simply use our policies to inform those. Those are all drafted by our legal counsel, and then districts work with them kind of on their own. Excuse me. But when it comes to attendance policies, of course, it's very key that districts now engage their public, that they utilize the Administrative Procedures Act to ensure, because they're affecting individual rights. And so they have the hearings required under the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act. They engage their public, opportunities for comment. And then after following that process, the board establishes its policy. Oftentimes there are documents that support a policy. The policy is kind of the big bright lines, and there are supporting documents, sometimes operational procedures, administrative regulations that get into the nitty-gritty sorts of details. All policies, all school district policies in Wyoming are available on websites. You can go to any school district's website and you'll find policies available on the website. Many of them utilize a software program called Board Docs that makes that available. Many of them do use the WSBA numbering system, which was developed, it's kind of like the Dewey Decimal System. It was developed by the National School Boards Association's Council of School Attorneys. That allows us to compare it to any other school district in the nation that uses the same convention. So if we want to find one from Missouri or Florida or New York, we can search and we can find school district policies that do use kind of that same convention. So they're all out there, they're all available on the website. And again, the list that we've provided, we asked them for their attendance policies. Some of them did provide attendance, absentee, truancy. Some of them have an all-in-one policy. Some did provide just what we've asked for. But you certainly can go out there, you can look, you can find attendance or absence or truancy policies. Let's jump ahead though. WSBA survey, again, we asked 11 quick questions to get an idea of what school districts are doing. And we asked them about changes that they've made to policies as a result of recent legislation. Most of our school districts are in the process of making those changes. We asked in late June, and so the data that we got back was largely reflective of folks are in the process of making those revisions. Those revisions largely would have to do with definitions around excused and unexcused absences. We asked about their definitions, whether they defined what absent means, what truant means, what's an unexcused or excused absence, if they define habitual truancy. Obviously, most districts do have definitions included in their policies. And then we asked them about, so what do you do when you have students with unexcused absences? And they did all say that we reach out. Most said that they have that direct contact with parents, guardians, sometimes multiple contacts, phone calls, letters, emails, or personal contact. And then we talked about, so who are the partners that you engage when you have issues of absenteeism, truancy, and of course, the agencies that we've discussed, the Department of Family Services, their district or county attorneys, and all of them utilizing their attendance officers and school staff to try to help resolve these issues of why students are away. So just really our intent was to give you a big broad picture of how districts are currently managing these issues, and look forward to working with you as you continue on this topic into the future.
Thank you. Questions from the committee?
Chairman?
Yes. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a couple of quick definitional questions. This was really valuable. Thank you, Mr. Farmer, for putting it together. I'm trying to get my head around the difference between willful absenteeism and unapproved absenteeism and truancy. So I'm thinking about, and I'm going to use the Representative Larson, he was a bad boy example kind of thing, that I would assume jumping off the school bus and not going to school is an unapproved absence. Is it also an example of truancy, or is truancy simply a combination of child motivated unapproved absences?
Mr. Chairman, the answer to that is a little bit difficult, again, because of our multiple school districts utilizing different approaches to that. Generally speaking, many of our districts, when they talk about truancy, they are using the statutory definition that habitual truancy is too many unexcused absences. Truancy itself, the definition varies, whether that is the child leaving without parental notice or something different. For the most part, when they talk about the unapproved or unexcused absence, that's really just how do they then operationalize that for the parent to understand when early October rolls around and it's time to go hunting and you want to take your son, your daughter hunting. Is that an excused absence or an unexcused absence?
A couple follow-ups just for clarity. And in fact, I looked at some of those hundreds of pages of the different definitions that school districts use, and they're all over the place. One of the things that caught my attention was about suspension. When a kid is suspended, it seems like some districts are counting that as an unexcused absence, which then could add to truancy. Is that also your interpretation of some districts?
Go ahead, Brian.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be the case for short-term suspensions in some districts.
Just one last question. Mr. Farmer, do you see the need for clarification of the language in our statutes?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it does need correction. I think school districts will work with whatever they've got. So this is what they're doing to work with what they've got now. And I think they'd like to see it get better.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my co-chair and I mentioned, we've been working on this for years, and I am perpetually frustrated because I want to get to the proactive stuff of what we can really do to help families that are struggling. And I want to dispel this, maybe thought out there that, these parents are bad people. I think that they're legitimately families that are struggling to put food on the table, struggling to find housing. All that contributes to making it a challenge to get a kid to school. So I don't want to I just want to be clear, like we should be trying to find ways to support those kind of people, not just always looking at the stick. But we can't ever seem to get there because this is just something I've said repeatedly. We can't ever get there because of our statutes being so broken. So my question is will you commit to making sure that we've got comments if you have draft amendments or concepts or amendments in advance so that we can discuss them as a committee and hopefully get this across the finish line, if we continue to work this bill?
Go ahead, Brian.
Mr. Chairman, two things. First of all, absolutely, we would commit to asking our members for their comment. We would certainly provide our comment to you and hope to get to a place that works. Something we'd love to see. But the second comment is I hear heartbreaking stories from districts across the state of all kinds of situations that our children are in. We have homeless children, And it's heartbreaking how that family deals with their social situation and this compulsory attendance need to be at school. That's heartbreaking. We've heard situations of a parent who's too methed out to care, to come and pick up the kid and get them home from school or get them to school, and repeated attempts of the school district to work with the family. So we find students in all kinds of situations. And regardless of what the family situation is, I believe that the school district is committed to the child and doing what they can to provide that child with the best educational opportunity that they can.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, I think my goal is that we get to the session, and when you come to testify on this bill, we hear School Boards Association supports this legislation with no but we think this. I really want to get this done if we can, and I would love your help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's what we hope too.
Co-chair Scott.
Okay, so speaking of the bill we're going to have before us, current draft, am I right in thinking that it gives plenty of latitude for the school district to deal intelligently with the family that has a genuine reason for the child to be out of school, maybe family vacation, maybe deer hunting? But it seems to me that there's lots of instances that do arise where the family's cooperative will, I can remember being forced myself to do homework as a condition of going on a family vacation. Does the bill provide latitude, adequate latitude for the school districts to use common sense in those circumstances where there's an absence for a good family cause?
Right.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, I think we're close to that. I would also say that I do think that we certainly did feel better with the House amendments on that legislation. So I think we're getting there.
Could we ask you to identify specifically what amendments you want in order to support so that your school districts have plenty of latitude to deal with the families that are operating in good faith, need to have an absence for good reason?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman. With the circumstance where the kid is absent because of some kind of turmoil in their life, something is wrong, the sort of thing that the Department of Family Services deals with, do we have adequate provisions where we can get the family services to respond and do their job for those kind of kids?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I think our state has been stretched in recent times, and I'm not in a place to comment on the resources of the Department of Family Services, whether those are adequate or not. I think their rules, where the Department of Family Services rules say we're going to stay away from cases of truancy, are some indication that they're finding reason not to be involved. And that can be concerning. In practice, we see some places where it works beautifully.
Do you see, can we ask you to bring any amendments in that area you see that would fit into this bill so that we have something specific we can work from? We do have a problem with the family services budget. We have a problem with the social services budget. Generally, that's one of the reasons for the pressure on the education budgets. And it is affecting the education system that we don't have the resources to deal with some of these problems, Mr. Chairman. We need to straighten out the law, and then we've got to deal with the budget issue. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask you to bring anything that they think would fit in this bill that would deal with that kind of circumstance. And then the final problem, Mr. Chairman, is it sounds like for some districts, when they really needed services, need assistance from the district attorney, sometimes they can get it and do just fine, sometimes they can't. What I'm going to ask you to think about is what would happen if either in this bill or some subsequent bill, we find a funding source, Mr. Chairman, and set up a small office in the State Department of Education aimed at providing assistance to district attorneys in districts that are having problems in this area, but also possibly having some authority to bring a court action themselves where a district attorney simply won't do his job or her job in this particular area. Sometimes if you have a stick in the back of the closet, you may not have to use it very often, Mr. Chairman, but it may be very important to have it there. Is that something we might ought to pursue?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, I certainly will seek feedback from our membership with regard to that issue, that question. I think my initial reaction is that local answers oftentimes answer it best. If there is a way to support the local prosecutors that may be more receptive, oftentimes help from Cheyenne is not seen as helpful.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Brian, thanks for your input. I think this truancy thing is just a little piece of this puzzle, and I mean a little piece. We can beat parents over the head all we want if those parents have drug addictions, if they have job problems, if they are single and have 5 kids and can't handle it all. We can beat parents over the head and we can beat kids over the head and we're not going to solve anything. So, my request to you back to the districts is really kind of goes to what Representative Connolly said is, as we look at truancy and absenteeism, and particularly absenteeism as in the broad term, are there things that we can do that will improve that and actually get more kids in seats in schools? Because, truancy's been going on for a long time. My dad was born in 1915 and he talked about what they did back then, right? And it's just, it's always been a problem. It's always been a problem. And I'm at the point, do we have a trend? Do we have a growing problem? I don't even know if we do. That's a question, another question for you to maybe ask and answer. But on the absenteeism thing, what else can we do? I don't disagree. We need to clean these statutes up. I don't disagree that there has to be accountability by parents, but you can, as an ag kid, and I got pulled out of school for lots of reasons. And if I have a school board that didn't understand ag, that could be a hard row to hoe for an ag kid. So I worry a little bit about where we go with this issue, but absenteeism is very important. And I hope maybe you guys have some thoughts on it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will certainly engage our membership asking those questions.
And I'll just make a comment here. There just are things we can't legislate. That's all there is to it. I think one of the keys to the whole thing, and of course, I was in a K-12 system, principal of a K-12 system where sometimes you might be driving the bus and sometimes you might be cleaning vomit on the floor and you're always the attendance person. And I can just tell you that whatever we write in the way of laws, you're going to have to allow principals to have the discretion to use their own judgment. And I think that's really what the key to the whole thing. You've got to have a principal who has empathy toward those kids and understands the situation. They're the closest ones to that. They're the ones that really delve into the reasons why a kid is not in that seat when he should be. And so, I would hope that any legislation that we put forth would allow that discretion of that principal to make the judgment calls that they need to make. And I know I made a lot of them over the years, and sometimes it was a don't ask, don't tell situation. So I just hope moving forward that we keep that in mind. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you very much. I think we're at the point of public comment. Anyone present in the room would like to comment? I don't see anyone. Do we have anyone online? Okay. So we're making headway on our agenda. Looks like the next item that we have, it must be 1:30 because we have the community college funding initiative, and we have our community college folks. If you'd like to come forward and introduce yourselves, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Welcome to the committee.
Thank
Please
you.
introduce yourselves. And
Yes, sir, I
Tell
will
us
do
what you
that.
want.
I am Dr. Sandy Caldwell. I am the Executive Director of the Community College Commission, and I'll have Ms. Taylor introduce herself in just a moment. If I may, I would like to introduce a few people. You might have noticed there's a few people in the audience today that I wanted to take the time, if I may, to introduce. We do have 6 of the 7 college presidents are here with us today. I'll start with Dr. Darren Devine. He's president of Casper College. He is also president of the President's Council, which means he has to spend a lot of time with me. We also have Dr. Kim Dale. She is the president of Western Wyoming Community College. And I also want to mention she's also the co-chair of the Educational Attainment Executive Council, which is a piece of legislation that you passed. We have President Lisa Watson from Northwest College up in Powell. We have Dr. Walt Tribely from Northern Wyoming Community College District. Of course, it's Sheridan in Gillette, also Johnson County. And then we have Dr. Joe Schaefer from Laramie County Community College. And I will mention that Dr. Travers is not here today because she is traveling, but we do have a member of her board of trustees here with us, along with several board members. Also behind Ms. Taylor and myself are Dr. Ben Moritz. He's the deputy director of the commission. And also Mr. Larry Buckholz, who is our CFO. And when we need to phone a friend and ask for some data, they'll be able to help us out, but we know you may very well have us send things to you. And we do not have everyone lined up to speak. I want to make that clear. So any of them can, of course, weigh in on any specific questions that you might have. But I did want to lay that out.
Thank you and good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Erin Taylor and I am the Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees. It's just really nice to be back in front of the committee, and I want to take a real quick second to say thank you to those of you who we were able to visit with last night. It's just so nice to be able to do that again. And I'll tell you, one of our freshman members said that was only the second reception he ever got to attend. And so think about that, like just the time to get to know each other on a personal level is really important. So I wanted to say thanks for coming. You heard from Dr. Caldwell that we do have a number of trustees, elected trustees from across the state that are with us today. I'm not going to introduce everyone, but I'm appreciative of them being here. And I think what you see behind you is just a really strong support from your community colleges here today. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and march through the presentation that you do have in your materials.
And Mr. Chairman, I was remiss. We actually do have a commissioner in the audience as well. Mr. Greg Flickery, who's a former legislator, is also here with us today. The presentation is presentation 15-01. What I will ask for is maybe a little guidance. We can go through every section of this. If there's any point as we are looking at the clock that you want us to move along, if you want us to get to a specific topic at any point, we are happy to do so that we can meet this committee's needs and consideration of the time frame. Oh, I'm Mr. President. Dr. Tyndall. Dr. Brad Tyndall from Central Wyoming College. He's always present in my mind, so I apologize for that, Dr. Tyndall. It's because I took my glasses off, so I'm going to put them back on. So we will proceed through this. I just wanted to offer if there's any point you want us to continue on, and we are prepared to follow up with any data that you might want. So if we can go to the next slide. We did want to lay a little bit of context for you for what we wanted to make sure there was an awareness of the community colleges and how they came to be. We know there's a lot of new members on this particular committee, so we thought really sort of laying some groundwork and to understand some things that you'll see before you and many things that you got to hear during the session, but you might not have known exactly the origin. The community colleges are not in the Constitution the way the K-12 and the university is. And I always like to mention that's not an oversight per se. They didn't exist yet. However, the Constitution certainly contemplated the legislatures need to consider other institutions as may be necessary. So I wanted to point that out because the community colleges and the Community College Commission are truly a creation of the legislature. And we take our direction then from the legislature, and there is a lot of legislation around that. We're going to point a lot of that out for you today. So the commission itself is a coordinating body. You heard from Ms. Taylor that the locally elected trustees, and that really ensures that we can coordinate across the colleges who have very different regional contexts, and that the oversight and operations of the college are left at the local level with the board of trustees. And I think that's really, really important. I sort of have 3 bullet points there for you that, because I think those are some important ones to highlight. The nearly free as possible. When I started this job, which is now going into my 4th year, there were some folks that were unaware that the legislature very specifically included the nearly as free as possible for the community college as well, because that's in the Constitution for the university. So the legislature made sure that that applied to the community colleges as well. And then the locally elected boards for the local control, so that management and governance really occurs closest to the citizens that are served, and that at a coordinating level, we make sure that we're thinking about it in terms of meeting the state's desires and intent for the community colleges, that making sure that operations happen locally. So if we can go to the next one. Okay, the mission of the community colleges is, and this was another one that there was actually somebody who wasn't aware. The legislature did create the college system to include the colleges and the commission. And we like to say it's a small S system because it's coordinating with local boards. But the mission of the community college system was created in legislation. So that we're very cognizant of that. And if you look at that, lifelong learning throughout higher education, workforce development, innovative partnerships, which has come to be quite prominent lately, and then really looking at the prosperity of the state at both the individual level and the state level. So if we can move to the next one. I wanted to bring up governance. This one I think is really important because in the last couple of years, there was a select committee on community college governance and funding. We worked very closely with them. And I can, of course, give you any presentation because we did a number of those and we actually had some external help to help us with that. But I will share that the governance structure is one that has been studied quite extensively, including very specific reports by the legislature that has brought it to the point where it is today, a coordinating system, locally elected boards, but certainly making sure that the strategic plan, for example, really ties the budget requests to the desires of the legislature. Ms. Taylor?
And I was just going to add to that. Is this okay? I think mine's going in and out a little bit. You know, sometimes when we're talking about the major issues facing the community colleges and funding is something that is a top priority, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more. Oftentimes the conversation turns to governance. So, well, why don't we Why do we have 7 colleges? Why don't we have 5? Why don't they specialize and why don't they change up how they do things? That's exactly what was studied in those reports, and we can get all of that data to you. That doesn't solve the funding issues though, changing the governance. So that's just a point that I wanted to make to you. And then the other thing that I'd leave you with, which is also a point of data that we can get to you, is that our system is ranked #1 in the country and there's several factors. I know you forgot to say that. Several factors that contribute to that ranking, and we can give you that report because I think it's just good for you to see that it's working, and it's really working well here in Wyoming.
It is. That's a great point. We were actually #8 and we are #1 in the country for community college systems. And that is something I think, given the fact that the community college system is the legislative or creation, good job because we're #1. So that's a great point. So I wanted to put this out in front of you as well, because the legislature has done a lot of work and we keep these in front of us consistently and pretty much at every one of our meetings and in every one of our conversations that occurs. These were implemented in 2009 out of the community college task force from 2008-9. There was a blue ribbon in 2007 and 2008-9, which built upon the work of a really excellent piece of work by I think it was the Management Audit Committee in '99 on governance. And that was identifying fairly clearly stating what is the state's interest in the community college system. And these were implemented through statutory requirement. And once they were adopted, they are in place until you decide to change them. So it's educated citizenry. There's a definition for each one of these. I'm not going to read that, but I wanted to highlight what you put in front of us to make sure we're paying attention to. Educated citizenry, diversified economy. We are constantly working on that. Workforce development, efficient and effective systems. And I think we have a few really great examples of that. And then accountability improvement. And we continue to work on that. So if we can go to the next one. And in alignment with that, the legislature has actually put in a lot of efforts that we have been spending a lot of time on. And I wanted to just mention each of these, and then I know Ms. Taylor has some points she wants to share. But we have the very successful Wyoming Works, and it was a 2-part programmatic funding and adult grants for CTE. A few things that were really critically important outcomes of that legislation, the consortiums. The colleges really did not have a mechanism to do consortiums and to work together on joint programs. And they do, and they moved immediately to put those in place. It also provides for non-credit programs that are workforce training and workforce development. And that was also a really great opportunity for that. It has some very specific guardrails around it. That's what I wanted to mention, that are embedded within the rules, and that it must lead to high wage, high demand fields. And we use Bright Outlook to do that. The Bachelors of Applied Science at the community colleges really focused on the regions, site-bound adult learners who really need the opportunity, and those programs need to be very specifically focused on that region. And so that's moved forward incredibly well. This is 4 colleges have completed. 1 is in process. We expect that college to come in October with a program approval. They've been authorized. We've been a little busy in this year, so they're bringing it in October. Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force. We actually worked very closely with the Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force. I think some of you are aware of that. The main things I want to highlight is the adult learners. Really an important part of that. Many of you are very familiar with that. We're on that. And then the Educational Attainment Executive Council. And a lot of what we took to Wyoming's Tomorrow came from the study and research of that. And I have to say, everything under the Educational Attainment Executive Council, including the Attainment Council itself, was legislation brought out by members of this committee. So we've been working very closely to make sure we were really doing the work that this committee took forward to the full legislature and asked us to do. So I'm really proud of that. The Educational Attainment Executive Council is co-chaired, actually, Dr. Kim Dale. I mentioned her, but actually President Seidel, Dr. Seidel at UW is the other co-chair. So we work very, very closely on the efforts that come out of that, including the adult learners. I am very pleased to say the common transcript really is the transfer process. YO transfer has been launched and it is going very, very well. I do want to share with you that I did have a chance to let Senator Hank Coe know about that before he passed away. And I, of course, had the opportunity to let Representative David Northrup know that as well. They were the co-chairs and they had us before this committee multiple times talking about status updates. So it is launched and it's actually, we're getting very positive feedback around how that's working for students in the ease of transfer and articulation. The SLED, Statewide Longitudinal Education Data System, also came out of this body to make sure we were really looking at the outcomes and the accountability across the entire education and workforce systems. So that's still in motion, but it is moving along. And then the last one I wanted to point out is budget sustainable funding, legislative responsiveness. There was the select committee. We worked very closely with the select committee on community college governance and funding, and the joint appropriations very directly asked the commission to work on sustainable funding. We did put a work group together. It was comprised of commission staff, commissioners. We had college presidents, we had college trustees, and we actually used external facilitators, knowing that we needed to have someone help us, that we needed to be objective in that. So I just wanted to mention those because we're going to hit some points in the outcomes of that, but I'll just wanted to mention that and I'll let Erin give some points around it.
Well, my points on this slide is the color commentary. This is a tremendous amount of work that was going on in the last few years for the community colleges, probably in like 5 or 6 legislative committees. The most I've ever seen in my work with the community colleges. All of this is collaborative work with the University of Wyoming. I would really want to make that clear. A lot of folks think that we don't work well together. And I even had someone say that to me the other day. And I just said, well, tell me what that means to you, because this is a tremendous amount of really, really great work. The colleges are working collaboratively with the University of Wyoming. What this also points out to me, kind of the so what factor, is the community colleges and higher ed, frankly, we don't have a home in a legislative committee. And that's something that I think would benefit probably all of us, because then what does that do? It creates a body of knowledge and expertise within your side of the house as well. We see that in every other committee with a lot of things. I don't know why we don't seem to have that with the higher ed space. There are some years where this committee actually doesn't do a lot of work with higher ed. So just a point for something everyone to think about. And then there's a tremendous amount of data that's associated here. We can get all of that to you if you're interested.
Chair.
Point, my understanding and Minority Leader Summers, correct me if I'm wrong, the Management Council said that this committee is your home committee point of contact. I think the Education Committee has always felt that was the case, but they did officially confirm that. So I hope you would drop that part of your presentation and refer to this committee as your legislative home where you can come to as you need things.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. I hope that's the case moving forward.
If we can move to the next one. I'm not going to go through this. You have a hyperlink to this if you want to look at this. The point of this particular slide is to see that the commission is required to establish priorities along with the budget process. And you'll see, I wanted to highlight a few of these because it's very reflective of what we've been tasked to do. The educational attainment, economic development, we have a brand new strategic plan. I'll mention that, to look at the sustainable funding because we were asked to do that. and to really focus on the value proposition in the community colleges. And again, the home legislative committee, I'm going to drop that. It is our understanding that it is for this interim term. So that would be good to know if that is a long-term solution. So if we can move to the next one. Okay, I'm really going to hit a few points on this as well, because it's always important to bring back the status update of the Educational Attainment Executive Council. We were required to put together a plan. This committee has received that plan, although I think many of the members were different at that time. The plan itself is 9 pages. We kept it short and concise. I'm really pleased with that. We had some great members who really focused on doing that. The main thing that I want you to see is that it has specific focus areas. Each one of those is built out, but it's very reflective of the work that we've been tasked to do. So it's embedded in that plan. And then one of the things we got during the feedback process before that was adopted is, and we did have an open feedback. And thank you, Representative Connolly, for really emphasizing that we do that, is we did change the plan based on that. Is that there were some outcomes. There will be accountability and implementation. So I just wanted to mention that the commission has to include attainment in its new strategic plan, and we did that. And the community colleges, each one of their strategic plans must also include that. What's not listed here, and I want to make sure I mention it because President Seidel is here, is that it also says the same thing for the university. So it requires that we embed that so that it becomes institutionalized as the Attainment Council wraps up its work to move on to the next stage. It sunsets next year. We can move. Okay. Again, I'm not going to go through each one of these. I just want you to be able to see that this is a statutory requirement that we adopt as a strategic plan, and we use that as the basis for the budget request. Educational attainment, we've met that requirement. Affordability, a lot of study around that. That includes the funding aspect as well. Program alignment to make sure it's meeting the workforce needs, that we have transfer for UW, and then economic development, that we're making sure we're not only meeting the current economy, but making sure we have a prepared workforce for long into the future as the economy changes. So only short. You can read the full one, but it's just the highlights for you. Go ahead. So this is the one that I really wanted to make sure, is we were asked to make sure we brought this forward for you. Why we had been asked for sustainable funding through the joint appropriations and the work that was happening in the select committee. So I wanted to really point that out. The community colleges, and in its funding allocation, it's not a funding formula, it's allocation of the funding that we have. And we do have some things just to share about that, but it does not have any sort of ECA. It doesn't consider the fact that a dollar changes its value over time. And that's a real challenge. The other thing that came out of this is that when we put in our budget request, the commission can't make an exception request for the college state aid. The way they're written, we did get an opinion on that. We'll ask the governor, or I anticipate that the commission will ask the governor to consider that in his recommendations. The governor can, but the commission itself cannot. It's a little bit restricted in doing so, or it's very restricted in doing so. And then just the last two that we did work with joint appropriations and the select committee to make sure that we were really looking at what they wanted us to look at.
And this is just to go to the point that the community college funding allocation model, all of that is just so unique. It's very different from K-12. I know a lot of you know that, but some of you are new, and we're happy to work with you to help you learn how it's different, how the recalibration, recapture process is different from K-12. That came up at the very end of session last year on the Senate side. And I think even we were surprised at how many people did not understand how it's different. So that's on us. We've got a lot of work to do, but we're committed to helping folks really understand how and why we're different. You know, we've got local mill levies that are included in addition to tuition, in addition to state aid, which, you know, in K-12, they don't have the same factors.
So what we wanted to share with you is some of the real highlights out of the sustainable funding and really what led us to this work. We did lack the ability to bring forward an exception request. It made it incredibly challenging. And what we did is really looked when the change happened in about 2010, and then moving forward, because there hasn't been any sort of external cost adjustment, and there have been cuts over time, it has really eroded the budget in comparable dollars. And this was verified. These numbers are accurate, that in comparable dollars, just due to those cuts, the colleges are down 61.3 million on had we not taken the step 2 and step 3 cuts. But you all know the budget reduction that happened in step 2 and step 3. Step 2 was 22.9 and step 3 is 9.8 once it is biennialized going into the next biennium. That's how that happened. I do want to mention something about this, because I got a very interesting couple of questions over the last few weeks related to the press that had been seen around University of Wyoming and their budget cuts. And was that same thing happening at the community colleges? I want to be very clear. We've reported this prior to appropriations and to joint ed previously, is that the colleges already made those cuts. They were in the news quite a lot all of last year. So by the time they got into their budget adoptions in July, they were already prepared. So I just want it very clear that that it's just staging and timing is different, but the colleges made those cuts already, and that is in their newly adopted budget. So I wanted to clarify that. So the total amount really is $94 million going into the next biennium compared to equivalent dollars in 2010. It's a lot. It is a lot. An interesting thing that I want to mention is that their headcount is actually up since that time. So the direct dollars are lower, and equivalent dollars, when you compare to external cost, is much, much
Can
higher.
I just ask a quick clarifying question? Thank you. Dr. Caldwell, is that biennialized? Is that 1 year?
Yes, these amounts are biennialized.
And could you give us the same amount, and what's the difference in the mill levies between 2010 and now?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I'm going to ask for a clarification, and then I'm going to phone a friend behind me. You mean in the value of that mill, because the mill assessment is the same. The mill assessment is the same, but the value.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at Larry, and I could see that Mr. Buckles, I think he is thinking we can get that for you. I don't know if he has that right off the top for what those comparable dollars are. Yes, we will get that to you. He's making a note of it. That's an important question, though, when we look at the overall. When we, just as a clarification, because I think this is important to Representative Connolly's point, is the numbers that I'm sharing with you is only the state aid portion. It is not the full budget for the colleges, which is really made of 3 components. There's the state aid portion, there's the mill levy portion, and then there's tuition and fees. We are comparing just the state aid because of the complexity around it. But I will tell you that each time one of the cuts has happened, it also impacts what happens with the mill levies. And I'll give you an example. What we understand is coming in, and Mr. Buckles will correct me, is what we're anticipating is down about 13% on the mill levies. So we are talking about a 15% cut on the state aid side, just in the step 2 and step 3, and they're looking at a 13% going into the reduction in the mill levies due to the assessed valuation. And last time that happened in 2016, I think it was an 8% cut statewide and was a 14% cut total for the colleges when you included the loss of the mill levy.
Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On these three components that you discussed, what percentage is the state aid of the total of all of that funding? What percentage is state aid? What percentage is mill levy? And what percentage is tuition? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Newsom, the design is 60, 20, 20. It doesn't quite achieve that. It's actually closer to about 57, 58% as we were going through the sustainable funding, with the tuition and fees having to make up a little bit higher percentage. It always varies when you talk about what's going to happen with the loss in the mill levy at this time. By design, 60, 20, 20. In reality, it's about 57%, 23%, and then the balance is made up from the other one.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So has any district maxed out the mills that they can ask the people for? So obviously you have a set of mills and you can ask for more mills. And when was the last time that a college district asked for a mill increase from its public?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. So there is the nuances within the mill levies. And so I'll hit that briefly, and then I'll give you a direct answer to your question. The colleges, in order to qualify for state funding, must assess 4 mills. That is required for their base budgets. They may also impose an additional one more mill for the 5th mill. All 7 of the colleges do that. Just so everybody knows, they have maxed on their full amount of the mills on that end of it. Then there is the ability to also elect two additional mills. The only college that has done that is Laramie County Community College. And I want to make sure that there's a sort of a distinction and understanding where that exists. Many of the other, all of the other colleges, all 6 of the other colleges have some combination of BOCES. And those BOCES, some in large part help with the dual and concurrent enrollment around what happened in SEA 52 back in the day. In Laramie County Community College is the only one that doesn't have a BOCES. So that mill is levied through an election process. So they're the only one that actually has that. And in large part due to the fact that they have a challenge related to the BOCES. There just isn't one in Laramie County or Albany County.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Caldwell, just for maybe some of the newer members here on the committee, excuse me. Number one, maybe explain what a BOCES is would be probably helpful a little bit. But the other thing I think would be helpful is when you talk about the mill levy, that mill levy where it's actually assessed. Depending upon where that mill levy is assessed, that it's not district-wide necessarily, and how that incorporates, because the districts are so convoluted. I think it might be beneficial for some of us to hear that.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, BOCES, and some of them are BOCES, but in statute it's listed as a BOCES. That's a Board of Cooperative Educational Services, and it requires at least 2 districts, could be 2 school districts, could be post-secondary, one of the community colleges, to form a BOCES, and that is for the purpose of providing specific support around those communities. So some have some K-12, some fund the dual and concurrent tuition because the students cannot pay that. So it has to be borne in some way. So there's some BOCES that are only school districts. There are BOCES that are school district and community college. And there's more than 2 districts and the community college. So those are the mechanisms. For example, you have the BOCES up in Campbell County is solely focused on higher ed, same way with the Carbon County BOCES as well, which is identified itself as solely as a BOCES. The other ones have more of a comprehensive approach to both the younger children and post-secondary education and scholarships.
Mr. Chairman, and also if you could touch on the mill levy and how that's dispersed.
Yes, sir.
And so the rest of the committee has an understanding of
I need to make a correction on the mill levy. I'm going to turn around and make sure it's 5.
Yeah, I was just gonna just real quick correction. It is up to 5 additional mills. And just a really good example of a college using that is LCCC did pass 1 mill to help with matching funds for, I think it was their fine arts building. Yeah. So that's another way that they can utilize that up to 5 mills.
Yeah. Thank you for that correction. I appreciate having to know it all in my head all the time.
Go ahead.
if I get this to work. Can you explain, especially for the newer members, when you're talking about that mill, where that mill is levied?
Yes,
And
sir.
how that actually affects those districts? And specifically, the one I'm thinking of would be Laramie County Community College Albany campus. Albany County is not levied those mill levies for that campus. That is borne by the Laramie County residents. And so if you can explain how that incorporates across the board, and what that looks like to all those communities that are being served by these community colleges, but don't necessarily have that mill levy assessed on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Chairman and Representative Brown, members of the committee, I think thank you for asking that question because I think it's really important. We have 23 counties and all 23 counties are served by the community colleges. 7 counties assess mills to support those colleges. So there is not a mill levy provision for those counties that are in the service area, but not in the taxing district. So there's only those 7 counties. The other 23 or the other 16 counties per mill would garner about 14 million on those additional 16 counties for a mill. The in-district counties, those 7.8 million per mill comes off of that. So you can see the distinction. So the colleges do provide services for each one of those counties in different ways, depending on how they worked with their various counties to do that. But only the taxing districts pay those 5 mills.
Co-chair Scott.
Chairman, comment relating to that. It's always seemed to me that our system had a certain basic fairness to it. If you're a county that has a community college resident in your county, you get some extra benefits by just having the physical presence there and the economic benefits, but you're more available, wider range of services available. You get more senior citizens like me that take courses at the college and benefit from that. And it's always seemed fair to me that if we paid a mill levy, with the mill levies providing about 20% of the support, that seemed to me a fair system and fair that the other counties who get considerable services, but the state is paying 60% of the cost, so that seems fair. If you want to change that and apply a mill levy to the counties that are served by a community college, but they're not the home campus and they're served by some lesser degree, then you've got to think about how you're going to do the representation on the college board, because you don't want to get into a situation of taxation without representation. And you've got to think, are it going to be the same mill levy? How are we going to elect trustees to the board from these other counties that tax them? It is more than just a simple piece of legislation.
I believe Senator Salazar has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a general comment. First of all, I so appreciate President Dr. Tyndall being here. It's good to see you, sir, a real leader in Fremont County. I understand perfectly the importance of community colleges in my district and in Riverton. The nursing program that is at CWC in Riverton is so essential to the state. Taking advantage, obviously, of the Bachelor of Applied Sciences, providing a small business in my community with trained men and women. And I look forward in the coming months to, again, continue the discussion on Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship that was so important of a discussion in the last session. And I hope that we can bring that through eventually for our older adults who need that additional education. And so my comment is, I know how important that is to our community colleges, and I look forward to helping come to a conclusion of success in that area. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Harshman.
Thank you. Just real quick, just to remind me and maybe all of us. So, I mean, your service statewide, it seems to me there are like 41 locations across the state. I won't say campuses because some of them are one building. Is that the number? 41 different locations that are served, physical locations. You know, from Rollins and Douglas and all over, really, Evanston, everywhere.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, it is 41 outside of the main campuses. It's 48 if you include the main campuses. And then when you look at other locations, one thing to consider is that Western does have an additional campus inside the county over at Green River. All the other ones are, I believe, I'm thinking right off the top of my head, I'm visualizing a map right now, are outside of the taxing district. And so there is some, so I think that answers your question. Yes, 41.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if we can go on to the next slide, and I appreciate Senator Salazar bringing up the point that he did make, because we do have a few unfinished things, right, from last year. We're talking about one of those being the sustainable funding. But the other one is really thinking about our adult learners. How are we going to fund those? Can we wrap in, whether it's Wyoming's Tomorrow called something else? We contemplated that. It's actually in our ARP, and I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that because you brought it up. And thinking about it in terms of Wyoming Works, Overseas Combat Veterans, our nursing student grants, which were lost in the budget cuts. So it is, those are really two big pieces of what wasn't completed in the last. Karen, if you can go to the next one, I think that one sort of speaks for itself. This gets into a little bit of the point that Chairman Scott and Representative Brown were talking about. So I wanted to share the outcomes of the sustainable funding work group. And we did present this to joint appropriations. I've provided you the link for the full presentation. I can send you the actual report. And we even did an executive summary of the report where we brought it down to about 2 pages front and back. So what I wanted to bring up here and what was researched in this is to look at sustainable funding. Really, we want to look at or consider options for the legislature. It's not just a recommendation to do a thing. It is really the way the work group thought about it is to create a framework that has levers. And that way, if you pull one, you could, in a heavier way, you could pull another one in a different way. What we did in this work group was really think about the fact that the proportion of the state funding could potentially be lowered off the general fund if some other levers were pulled. And any combination of that is really what is intended to give the legislature time to really consider a lot of things in front of you. And that's really what this is considering. It is looking at bringing up the total amount of funding to what would be make them whole in a way that could really help them operate, and then lower it for the percentage and then rely on other sources. And it gets in a little bit into what you were talking about with the level, with number 2 item there, which is a 2-pronged approach, would be some mechanism on the mills. And to consider a penny sales tax. It isn't to say to apply a sales tax. That's not what this says. It says you can look at options within that. For example, the imposing an ad valorem tax in the form of some amount of mill. There's ways that you could think about that. You could increase the local districts. You could do the statewide mill, as you talked about, because that one doesn't get into the challenge, as Senator Scott talked about. If you do it a simple way, then you don't have the challenge around the boards of trustees and the representation of the elected boards. So there's options to consider in that. If you want to do both, maybe give the local boards a couple more optional mills, you do a statewide mill. And then if you do at some point decide to do a sales tax, then it just is either you don't need it at all or a small percentage. The advantage of that aspect is it helps with the external cost adjustment being baked into it. We had help with this. I want to make sure that I'm clear. We didn't just invent this on our own. We worked with Witchy and SHIO, who are national experts in higher ed funding, to help us to make sure that it remained objective. And we were looking at ways to put this together in a way that would reflect Wyoming's context. Local boards, state coordination, that kind of thing. So this, I think, is important because it isn't formulaic, do it this way. It is, here are mechanisms that you could consider, and any one of them, and not at one time as well. So you have options to look at trying to get there in some way, as you talked about with some other ones.
Yeah, and I think, again, I'm kind of like the color commentary a little bit, but there was no real comprehensive conversation about this during the legislative session. That subcommittee on governance and funding was working on a bill, and really kind of in the end, the bills kind of took a hard left turn and really focused on the ability for Gillette College to pursue their path, which is fine. We're not here to talk about, whether that's right or wrong. But then these conversations didn't get to happen. And I think a lot of you can sense that frustration because you were asking a lot of these questions, but we just didn't have the proper vehicle, the proper umbrella to really dive into it. So all of the data is out there. All of these options have numbers attached to them and how they impact all of the counties and the districts and all of that. And that's available.
Chair Scott, do you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, no, I have a comment. Mr. Chairman, what I would comment to you is that it is my perception, and I'll speak just to the Senate, that the House members can speak to the House, but I think we have a majority of members who feel that their constituents would not favor a general tax increase of any kind, would not feel that they're getting enough from the government extra to justify that. Under those circumstances, now we can't Senate act absent the House sending us something, but I think on our own, we would probably not vote for such a thing. And that's the reason. We represent our constituents. That's classically what an elected legislature does, is represent constituents on tax and spending issues. And we perceive that they would not support a tax increase. Mr. Chairman, I would say that this is the second time today we've hit an area, we were talking social services, family services earlier, where the extent of the budget cuts we had to make this last time are really hurting. In this case, it's hurting an educational service that our citizens need. That's one of the reasons for the pressure on the K-12 budgets, because we do have a responsibility to balance everything out, Mr. Chairman. So we're seeing some of the consequences. That's going to be an ongoing issue. That's why you elect a legislature. is to retain popular control over that sort of issue.
Okay, proceed, yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond, no doubt, right? This is a tough political environment. You guys have been faced with making really hard choices, and it's not just specific to community colleges or higher education. I mean, if you look at our whole entire tax system, we've had these same conversations. The one thing I might offer is that in all of these groups that we've been working through, we have talked about what are non-tax options. And those involve, putting more tools in our toolbox. And Dr. Caldwell mentioned an additional mill that the trustees could explore utilizing. Maybe it's just the length of time that those mills are in place. Right now it's 4 years, when you have an election and the time leading up to that and educating the population. And then when you turn around, I mean, you know that better than anyone. You have to start right back over, and the amount of time to utilize that money is just, it's really short. Maybe that could be lengthened. Chairman Scott, you asked me before we came, are there other things we could look at with your funding statutes? And yes, there are. Our funding formula right now, there's a few things in there that could be considered. There's no ECA on all of the fixed costs that the community colleges experience. Looking at headcount versus FTE on the recalibration is something that could really make a significant difference. And also the weight that's appropriated to the type of delivery, whether it's an in-person class or a more technical class, like a welding class or virtual, that weight to virtual is really understated, and really the data shows it's even higher than an in-person delivery. So those are really, pretty simple and straightforward things that could be done that don't involve that area of the tax. Yeah.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Aaron, you and I have had many discussions on this issue over time of how do we fund education, frankly, whether it's K-12, whether it's community college, whether it's UW. And, I think it's going to be incumbent on you folks and the people that support you locally. You have to get out in your areas, and you have to say, we have these needs, are you willing to fund things? And I think, I think of a 1 penny sales tax, right? If you split that half K-12, half community college, you solve a whole lot of the problems of everybody. And fortunately, I guess we probably got a bump in oil price. Maybe that Craig will look rosy enough. We get some of that cut back, I hope, both in several areas. I think, to me, I hope we can, better fund community colleges, UW, and frankly, like mental health programs, the Department of Health, some of those really tough programs that took cuts. And so I think time will tell on that. But I think Senator Scott's right to a degree and wrong to a degree. I think right to a degree that we represent our public. It's also our responsibility to lead, but it's also the people's responsibility, and those of you that are in your shoes, to go out and find out what the appetite is in local areas for any kind of revenue enhancement. And for another example would be, we could give, the legislature could give authority to each of those boards or local boards to do 2 more mills, right? And be on there, they're elected by the people, and so they would make those hard calls just like they have in the past. And so we could do that. It still would be something, I think that's something else we could consider. But we have to have this conversation statewide about what we want in the end. Do we want to have community college professors that make so minimal amount of money you can't imagine? Do we want to have to cut every educational program in the state of Wyoming? I don't want to. So yeah, go out there and beat the brush and talk to your people and build some support. I guess that's a request.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers. I kind of want to say thank you for saying it. It is a statewide conversation, and we're really happy to be here, but we are taking that to heart and really trying to get out there and have these conversations. I think we've stepped it up, whether you liked it or not, the virtual opportunities we had this last year. It's way easier to do that than drive 8 hours. So we really actually had more contact, just not in your own backyard, and we're just really continuing that on as we move forward. But you're right, we're working with our industry partners. They have to be part of this conversation. They're the first ones to say, we support the community colleges, but oh, heck no, we're not paying another mill because it's on their backs already. So we're having those conversations with those folks and really trying to work more on that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And just a comment, if you look across the state and the specific purpose tax, the success of that specific purpose tax across the state, I think it indicates that if the electorate really knows exactly what we're going to spend that money on, they're a lot more likely to vote for something like that than they would just a general 1 cent increase in the sales tax. I know if you walk through any of these small communities that I represent, there's like 13 of them, and you tell them and you ask them, would you vote for a 1/2 cent tax just to maintain and keep your school? And almost to a person, I get the same answer. Absolutely, absolutely. So I think moving forward, if we're looking at some form of tax, for me, the sales tax is most fair because if you don't spend it, you don't pay it. But I think that the lesson in that is that we do have to be very specific on exactly how that tax is going to be used if we hope to pass any kind of a tax in the state of Wyoming. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to say that I do appreciate some of the educational activities that community colleges, and I know LCCC in particular, did some work to provide some analyses on taxation and comparisons between the state of Wyoming and other tax structures in other states as we look to diversify our economy. So I believe those types of educational efforts where we do understand that if we're diversifying our economy, we have to have an appropriate revenue structure that's associated with a diversified economy, and we don't have that now. So those types of educational measures and the work to engage the public and make everyone understand kind of where we are and where we would want to potentially go are valuable and important. And I don't disagree with Senator Scott that right now in the Senate is a challenge to pass a tax measure of this type, but it's not unanimous, certainly in the Senate. And I feel very strongly that we need to be moving in these types of directions. I've had conversations with each of you about that and the importance of us not to starve our system of education, both in K-12 and in higher education, just because we don't want to make the hard choices at this time. That's not a good investment in the future. We definitely need to preserve the resources that we have in place at this point in time, because we do, as you pointed out, have an incredibly strong community college system. You've benefited from a good bit of support, both public and through the legislature for years, and we need to make sure that continues so we don't degrade the system moving forward. So bringing back these ideas, exploring, and again, working on that public support that Representative Summers discussed of engaging the community and making them understand that we're reaching the point where it really is a choice between high quality education and taxation. You can't have both moving forward. And I think the more people that understand that, getting back to Chairman Paxton's point, when people understand that, precisely that, I think that hearts and minds will be changed. So we appreciate your efforts in this, and I'll continue to support them.
I don't want to put a damper on our discussion, but if we could finish up in the next 15 minutes, we'd be back on schedule.
Mr. Chairman, we are going to do our very best to make you happy in that way. I'm going to wrap this up and let us go to the very next one, and then we're almost done. I really appreciate this conversation, and what we provided for you was really the summary and the outcome of that. But within the study, which I gave you a link to, there is a menu of options that Ms. Taylor really worked incredibly hard to put together. And I will tell you that both Witchy and Shio really looked quite extensively at that as they were helping us come to some a direction on this. And it is intended as a framework and levers, not any one of those. I really appreciate Senator Ross's comments, because one of the things I didn't mention in what happened when the colleges took their cuts, because they reduced staff by 114 benefited positions. That doesn't include part-time positions. That's there, unless it's a benefited part-time for a long-term employee. That's 114 people not employed at our colleges, which are spread throughout the regions of the state. And they're the ones that are delivering these educational programs. So there's a consequence when we already had the depressed budgets because of the lack of external costs. I mean, they're having to pay their bills with less than $2010. I mean, I have to pay my bills in today's dollars, and they do too, but they don't have the funding to do that. So the menu of options, and Ms. Taylor's humble and did not say that, but she did a fine job of putting that together, and it is in that report to share that. So if we can, then I do want to also share with you what we have submitted in the ARP request, because I want you to be aware of that. The topic in general of federal funding has come through 3 big tranches, and you all know that: CARES Fund, CRISA funds, and ARPA funds. And the colleges I'm going to just lead out with this. We've been very public. This information is public. We can get it to you. The colleges receive direct funding under what's called the HERF funding, or the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds 1, 2, and 3. It was all combined together. And I will tell you that their needs far exceeded the funds. And I just want to make a statement that actually Dr. Moritz had said is the COVID dollars were used for COVID purposes. And we estimated, we actually provided it to this committee, that we projected those needs at around 60 million. And through their HERF funds and additional funds that were requested, they received 56.5. So there isn't additional federal funding for these purposes, and those are also one-time funds. So I wanted to point that out. That is publicly available. We can get that to you. But a few things that happened in that funding was one of those was the CARES adult grant, and we could see how successful an adult grant could be. We got to see that through that. And I will tell you, as Representative Harshman knows, because he saw those hard numbers, it was very successful. So what I wanted to share with you is what we put in for those ARP requests at this point in time, because it's different, right? For the state level funding, it's the survive, the drive, and the thrive stage. We submitted 3 different requests, one for the colleges directly, programmatic funds, we've talked about it, the commission, primarily IT.
I think we have a question.
Mr. Chairman, so you say you submitted to who? So just because that isn't clear to me who you're making this submission.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, and members of the committee, thank you for asking me to clarify that. I actually appreciate that. The governor put in place a process for us to make these submissions. He has 3 teams. He has a strike force in there. And then all of the agencies were requested to make submissions for survive, drive, and thrive. And then we were asked to narrow that down more specifically for the survive stage. And so the entire list of everything we submitted, all ideas on the table, down to what is needed for us to really survive through the impacts of this pandemic, are available. They're publicly available for you. I can send those to you. They are linked on this. What I wanted to do is highlight the survive request, because we did submit those to the governor's office for consideration. And when you saw the report on what he was identifying, some of these are definitely within those buckets because they're broad categories. So that's what I would say. So there's 3 different ones. One is for the colleges, worked with all the colleges very directly at their campuses. One is through their commission for adult ed, and primarily IT related for the colleges. Cybersecurity, connectivity, those types of things that I think are really, we know that the migration for the ERPs, the systems, the data systems for the college is going to be moving cloud. We need to be prepared for that. And then educational attainment, I worked on that with Dr. Seidel and Dr. Dale, and it is based on very much on that attainment plan, what we know we need to do, and what Senator Salazar talked about. We contemplated the fact that the Wyoming's Tomorrow that didn't pass in the last session, but also the Learn While You Earn, and could it also combine in it Wyoming Works, Overseas Combat Veterans, and the WIN Nursing Student Grant that has been really stripped out of the budget. So those are in that list. I wanted you to see them, what we had submitted, because that is definitely public information, and we did think through the needs.
Thank you. So, as we look at, Wyoming the state was given $1 billion basically, and part of that money, through revenue replacement can be, we can go in and probably save some general fund, and then we can save for some big projects probably. And then there's, roughly 500 billion or 500 million that has to be spent according to the ARPA direction, right? So as I look at that list that you have there, is that money that's for which list? And then besides that, there was a pot of money that was in ARPA for secondary education, which is UW and community colleges, and you didn't mention that money either. So there's like 3 pots of money that you probably may submit to, and I'm not sure what you are, what you're submitting to.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I'll take the last one that you asked first because that one's the easiest one. I combined them all together, but the ARP funding that the post-secondary institutions received was known as HERF 3, and then they actually combined them together. That's where I was talking about. We knew that the needs to address and respond to COVID-19 was around 60 million. And out of those 3 tranches, the amount that can be used for students, 17 in colleges. I have it in front of me, actually. I can tell you exactly what they received. Yeah, 19.3 was required to be used for student distribution. So the institutions could not use that. They also could not use that for things like student costs. So when they had to refund the pro rata amount for housing, those funds could not come from the student dollars. They could only come from the institutional dollars. The institutional dollars were 27.3, but we knew there was a need of about 60 million. So it was much less than that, which is why then we submitted through the request process in the governor's office on how the CARES funds could be leveraged. That's where we got up to the higher amount of 56.5. But again, that's still below about the 60 million that we know we needed. So it was 19 million student grants, 27 million for institutional use on the direct funding that the institutions receive, not including university. I have that number too, but I'm not including that. And that is the combination of the CARES Act, the CRISA Act, and the ARPA Act.
Well, to Representative Summers. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Caldwell. It's my understanding that the third tier is there's 22 million to the community colleges, 18 to the university. So first, I'm curious if you have gotten that money. And that seems to me to be a different pot than what you're talking about right now. So my first question is that money in your coffers?
May I borrow Mr. Buckles?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, you ask your friend. And so, because we had a long discussion this morning or yesterday with the WDE about ESSER 3 money and when that's coming in. I have similar questions about the colleges money, both with the community colleges and UW. with the anticipated money that is coming in. With the K through 12 system, they were curious about the maintenance of effort and equity requirements, and I would like to know if there are comparable concerns. And then again, when you expect to get the money and how you plan to distribute it.
They need a different voice.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Larry Buckles, CFO for the commission. Representative Connolly, the numbers for Tranche 3 from the ARP Act and HERF, Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund to the colleges, totaled $25.68 million. I have polled the colleges in anticipation of a question similar to this late last week, and I've not gotten responses from all of them. The three responses that I did get, they have spent that tranche of funding very little. They're not, what the feds have done, what the Federal Department of Education has done, is taken Tranche 1, Tranche 2, and Tranche 3, the CARES, the CRISA, and the ARP, and they've rolled that all together into one allocation bucket within the G5, which is the grant program that the colleges use to draw that money down. So all of that money is directly allocated to colleges, does not come through the commission, does not come through the state of Wyoming, doesn't come through state government at all. It's a direct distribution to the institutions. And they spend it in this sequence that they've got. There's restrictions on each pot of money, such a percent to students, such a percent to the institution. And as they draw, or as they spend, then they can draw. So it's a reimbursement type of a process. They have to spend it, then they can draw from the federal government to reimburse themselves for what they've spent for eligible costs in accordance with that US DOE guidance. They're still in the process, most of them, of getting through the CRISA allocation before they start to touch the ARP allocation. So primarily the reason for that is the ARP allocation doesn't expire until 2023. The other two pots of money expire this year. So it's important that they spend that first. They've got a longer period of time to figure out exactly how they're going to create that spending model for the rest of the allocation that is sitting there available to them. Like I said, a lot of them haven't drawn it, haven't spent it, which gives them an ability to draw it yet. They're working on
Have a follow-up? Just a quick, Dr. Caldwell and Mr. Buchholz, it would be valuable, I think, for us to understand and to see how much each community college is getting, and honestly, what they're using the money for. And actually, President Seidel, I would ask the same of you for the university. And I thought it was 18 million that the university either is getting. I see Bill behind you nodding his head, or has in its coffers already. So we would like to see that.
Yeah, you're right, Representative Connolly. It's 18 and a half for UW in our HERF 3.
Okay, I believe co-chair Scott has a question, and then Representative Parsons.
Mr. Chairman, very quick question on the ARP money. The governor's not accepted that the K-12 system. We heard about that yesterday. There's significant questions relating to their maintenance of equity, what the feds may do to us there. Does that, if we don't accept that, does that in any way affect the college money out of it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, Co-Chair Scott, it doesn't affect the college's direct distribution in higher ed. How that worked is they held the maintenance of effort, maintenance of equity, as came out in ARPA, on the higher ed, impacting potentially the K-12 funding. So it doesn't affect the post-secondary direct funding, which is much, much less. It does impact the K-12 if the post-secondary is held to its maintenance of equity, which they created a revised definition of that.
Representative Harshman.
That's really my question, Mr. Chairman, is really about the maintenance of effort piece with this ARP and our, and with budget cuts, and how's that gonna affect all that? Do we know yet? I mean, are you gonna be able to accept it even and use it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Harshman, maybe I can phrase this a little bit differently from what Dr. Caldwell just said. There is a requirement under the maintenance of effort and the maintenance of equity, federal guidelines that both higher education and the K-12 systems are funded in the next couple of years at a level commensurate with what they were funded in the past few years. If that doesn't happen, there is no forfeit of any of the funds the colleges or UW have gotten through the HERF distributions. The forfeiture of funds is just on the K-12 pot of money, which is why the state may be looking at not accepting that. And if the state doesn't do that, if they don't meet the maintenance of effort, maintenance of equity requirements, it does not impact the amount of money the colleges and UW have received.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we can send you the information on maintenance of equity because it went from how much was allocated to how much was expended. And that was a big difference. And I can tell you, the community colleges spend 100% of their state aid because it's only 57, 58% of their funding. So we were, when it comes in terms to the amount that they had on expenditure, we knew they had expended 100%. I can provide that if you would like.
Okay, what do you have next?
Mr. Chairman, I think we are to the end. That was our last slide. The next one was thank you questions and our phone numbers and email addresses. I'm trying to meet your timeline, Mr. Chairman. So we are happy to discuss any other parts, but at this point, I think you've gotten the high level of what have been asked presented to you.
And the only thing I would add, Mr. Chairman, is, I was asked before we presented to include what's not finished. All this work that we talked about, what's not finished, and we tried to sprinkle that in. Largely, you see that on that last page under what's included under that educational attainment space. It's been mentioned already, an adult scholarship sort of program. How do we continue to look at Wyoming Works type programs? Are there opportunities with some of these federal dollars? It would be a shame if we don't capture those opportunities. We look at our investment, our nursing programs. How can we best keep them going? Because that demand is just through the roof, as we know, all across the state. We just really want to find that opportunity and continue to educate you all, the state, our citizens, and do what we can to just keep the system working because it's really fantastic.
Dave Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I guess my question to you, so first of all, as we look at the pot of federal money that the state's got, and we figure that, from some sources I hear that, we may have upwards of 500 million that we can do revenue replacement with over time, right through 2024, and then have the ability to spend that money on things, right? And as I look at that kind of pot of money that we may have, I think that in my mind, I want to see endowments created out of that for particular projects, because if we go, okay, we're gonna, we have this pot of money, we're gonna throw 20 million at this program you have, and you throw 20 million at that, and then it can't be sustained over time. To me, it doesn't make any sense. So as we look at, and I'll probably bring some motions if I can figure out how to concoct them. But as we look at that pot of money, what things that, I really like the adult scholarship program that was in Wyoming's Tomorrow. I think there's obviously the Earn While You Learn. There's in Wyoming Works, we still have probably a little bit of grant money left, that you guys can put out for those little scholarships, but really the programmatic piece. So as I look at it, there's a way to maybe, and I think in the original Wyoming's Tomorrow, there was we took some money out of the Hathaway that kind of set aside for those adult learners. And then it would seem to me like maybe on the programmatic side, that maybe on the Wyoming Works, we could get some endowment there, maybe out of the art money. But my question to you is, okay, we could do that, or would an endowment just that goes to your block grant be more beneficial to community colleges than if we go through all these gyrations through these programs we've kind of created? And maybe one's more palatable than the other in the legislature, but I'm curious what your thoughts are. One, does that make sense? Is Wyoming Works still a valid program that programmatically could use some money? Or is an endowment to your block grant make more sense?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I really appreciate this question because this is part of what was built into a little bit of what you saw. There are considerations for it. We're also watching additional federal legislation to build endowments. There's 2 mayor bills in the House and in the Senate on the America's College Promise right now. That's going to require matching funds. And as far as we know, we don't know this yet. It hasn't passed, but those 2 bills are still there that are going to allow that type of thing to occur. Because if you can come up with some mechanism, they can fund the first few years of that, and then as long as you're building up your endowment to get there. So we've sort of looked at this in 3 levels, contemplating exactly what you're bringing up, and that's why you saw that in the attainment art request. If we could start now, we can get there. So the 3 levels, considering depending on how you want to proceed, we looked at the adult grant as step 1. Or option 1. I don't want to say step 1 because I like going to the 3rd one best. So the adult grant, that's similar to the Wyoming's Tomorrow. But if we could expand that to include Wyoming Works, at least on the student grant side, and include the overseas combat veterans and the WIN nursing student grant, then there would be sustainable long-term funding coming off of an endowment that also took that off the general fund, and most of those have already been cut. And then a 3rd option for that with a slight variation would be to include, to maybe create an endowment fund, not so different from the higher ed endowment there, but you've got a model on how this could work to where a portion of it could go to the scholarship. That way it goes directly to students who are not being served right now, or we need to find another way, like the overseas combat veterans, to fund them off the general fund. A portion for the endowment, that could work in an endowment like that. And then potentially some portion that it would be one of these levers to where an amount goes to the block grant for this colleges. That could work, and they can range anywhere from 100 million to at the base level, which at 5% throw off $5 million, up to say 300 million, which would really give you some options. Or really thinking about some of these other potential federal legislation that might help us grow it even larger. So this is a potential, absolutely.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could just get clarification. So you have a Wyoming Works in the statute, the programmatic piece is not funded. So my question still is back to you, is that the direction you would want to see an endowment go to, or would you rather see it go to the block?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, both. I mean, that could be structured in a way that an endowment has a percentage go to one aspect of it, a percentage go to another aspect, and another percentage go to a very specific purpose.
Thank you.
What, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, what does afford a little more flexibility if it does go to the block grant is each college to use it where they say they really need it most. And so we've got 6 presidents in the room, I would love to see, they might have something to say about that too. But it would allow them that flexibility.
This is a long-term conversation.
Representative Harsh.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick on the proposed federal bills. You said there was like I thought I heard a $300 million state match. Is that what you said, or did I make that up? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, in my effort to go quickly to help you get home, I probably didn't quite articulate that as well. We could imagine an endowment, of 3 million that could meet the multiple purposes that Representative Summers outlined. What we also are watching is matching funds that could help grow any one of these. So we are recognizing that we don't know what the cap might be on those yet. We're still watching it, if that makes sense. But they are looking at potentially funding direct students at 75%, so that the states can build up their endowments so that at the end of the 10 years, the states can then carry it through their endowments. So this is contemplated and can be done if it is managed by percentage or some way that you choose to do that. It's possible, and we do think there may be, very well, may be some matching funds, but you don't know until it passes.
Here's Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I just heard a remark that this, in some ways, was a long-term conversation. I think that's right, but I want to emphasize how important it is, because certainly our history in Wyoming, we've been focused on the downside because we've got to be prepared for that, Mr. Chairman, in case some of those scenarios do play out. But we've also seen the other scenario play out very abruptly, where we have a temporary boom. And then when that happens, funding something with an endowment is a way to set something aside for the long term, and we may need to do it suddenly, Mr. Chairman. So I would not undervalue the importance of that conversation. I would put into it, one of the things we need to do perhaps is to build a Hathaway up a bit, because we're not being able to fund scholarships the way we should.
Okay, any final questions from the committee before we go to public comment? Looks like you're off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And with that, we will go to public comment on the community college discussion that we just had. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and comment? Yes, we have someone in the back of the room. Please come forward and identify yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ernie Over. I'm an elected trustee of Central Wyoming College and the immediate past president of the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees. I want to thank you for letting us in to talk to you today. All of the college trustees who are here today were all elected as well. And even though they weren't able to be introduced at the beginning, I would like you all to stand, please, if you're a community college trustee. Okay. That was all I wanted to add, Mr. Chairman, to let you know that we, just like you, were elected, and we have pressures from our constituents as well. And I think Ms. Caldwell and Ms. Taylor did a great job representing us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. All right, anyone virtually do we have? Okay, with that, let's take a 10-minute break. Be back here at, I guess, yeah, 3:55, somewhere in that vicinity. All right, thank you. We'll come back to order. Hey, you're the one that wanted your jacket off there, Jerry, and I'm the only one that took my jacket off. Oh, no.
No, I did. I just put it on. Yeah. But I've had it off. I appreciate it.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is Hathaway Scholarship Program, and Leanne, it looks like it's your turn.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Leanne Hogue, LSO. Before you is a memo that is titled Hathaway Scholarship Program Award Amounts. And this memo is related to the committee's interim topic number 5, which is higher education. And this memo is just to provide some background on the Hathaway Scholarship amounts and the creation of the Hathaway Scholarship Program. The Hathaway Scholarship Program was created in fiscal year 2006-2007. And since then, the legislature has only increased the award amounts once in the 2014 session. The increase was by 5%. And in table 1 on page 1, you can see those impacts. It's also important to note, and you can see this in the current award amount under the needs-based scholarship, the footnote there, that in 2020 session laws, chapter 40, there was an addition for graduate degree programs as well as undergraduate degree for the needs-based scholarship. As some background on the Hathaway Scholarship Program, in 2005, the Education Merit Scholarship Committee was created to study a student scholarship program. Also, in 2005, the Hathaway Student Scholarship Endowment Account was created, and the investment earnings are used to fund the scholarship amounts. The scholarship program was created in 2006 with specific eligibility requirements, and those have been modified multiple times by the legislature over the course of the last few years. The program does have 4 merit-based scholarships, which are honors, performance, opportunity, and provisional opportunity, and a separate needs-based scholarship as well. The scholarships can be used at University of Wyoming or Wyoming Community Colleges and are awarded based on different eligibility requirements, and students who receive them also must maintain certain academic requirements to maintain those funds going forward. Along with the endowment account, there are also an expenditure account and a reserve account. And how the flow of these funds work is that the investment earnings from the endowment account or the corpus flow into the expenditure account. And the expenditure account is used to pay out those scholarship awards. 20% of that expenditure account is required to be available for that needs-based scholarship amount or awards. If the expenditure amount is greater than the award amount for the scholarships, then the excess in the expenditure account is transferred to the reserve account. And on the opposite side, if the expenditure amount is less than the award amount, then the reserve account helps to cover the remainder of the awards. The reserve balance, if it has a balance of 4.5% of the 5 years average of the endowment account or 12 million, then the excess over either that 4.5% of the 5-year average or the 12 million is directed to the endowment to increase the corpus of the Hathaway Scholarship Endowment Account. Table 2 on page 3 identifies the historic awarded payments by institution. The amount each year is impacted by how many scholarships are paid and also impacted by K-12 enrollment, the percentage of students that are qualified for the Hathaway program, scholarship program, the percentage of students that are accepting that scholarship amount, and also the percentage of students that are retaining the scholarship as they go through their higher education. Another thing that also impacts the amount of the annual awards are the level of scholarships that are received every single year. Figure 1 on page 3 shows the final scholarship disbursement for the spring of 2020. You can see that 1,466 students out of the total 5,528 students that were receiving a merit-based scholarship were also receiving a needs-based scholarship. It's important to note that investment income is hard to project for the Hathaway scholarship program endowment account, mainly because the State Treasurer's Department does not project capital gains and losses. However, the State Treasurer's Office does project that the yield for the Hathaway endowment account will be approximately 2.3% for the next 5 years. On the top of page 4, it lists out that based on the June 30th, 2020 market value, which was a balance of $592.2 million in the endowment account, that 2.3% of investment that is expected would equate to $13.6 million. And I do have updated numbers as well as of May 31st, 2021. The market value of the corpus was $687.2 million. And with that, again, 2.3%, it's estimated that there would be $26.2 million of investment income. Table 3 on page 4 shows the historic investment earnings compared to the scholarship amounts. So you can see that there's only been 2 years, 2016 and 2020, since the inception of this program, that the scholarship payments have exceeded the investment earnings within the account. Moving on to the discussion on tuition and fees, you can see in tables 4, 5, and 6 on pages 5 and 6 that there's a summary of each scholarship level that compares the original and the current award amounts to resident tuition and fees for school year 2006 and 2007 compared to school year 2021 and 2022. It also shows the percentage of tuition and fees covered by the scholarship amount that was awarded. It is important to note that tuition is the same at all community colleges, but the fees do vary across community colleges. It's also important to note that in the 1920 school year, community colleges increased the credit cap from 12 credits to 15 credits, which increased the tuition and fees, and does provide a little bit of a complication in comparing your initial tuition and fees to the current levels. Last thing to note on these tables is that the excess of the tuition and fee amounts can also be used for other school-related expenses. So if a student receives more than they need to cover for tuition and fees, they can use it for room and board and other school-related expenses. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Questions from the committee? Yes, co-chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would request information and would like it in a table form eventually and by year as to how much has actually tipped back into the corpus on that formula. And Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need it right now, but I would hope we could get that in reasonable time.
Yes, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I have a request too, and I think it's pretty easy to get on the WDE website based on my research, the provisional scholarship has provided less than satisfactory results in the classroom. And so my request to you is, what percentage of those people getting that very bottom tier of the Hathaway are actually graduating from a certificate program or graduating from getting any kind of a degree, whether or certificate. And I think we're going to find out it's pretty poor. That doesn't mean that, having said that, there's a lot of scholarships out there, and it pays a lot into community colleges and UW. I'm just not sure we're serving. I'm not sure it's serving as well.
Well, that's including associate's degrees also then, okay, or certification.
Mr. Chairman, I think that number that the co-chairman, it's probably 125, 50 million that is tipped, and then there's been growth. Corpus grew by 100 million this year alone in the last 12 months. We'll get final in June, but I think my request of LSO, it would be nice in kind of a picture form, really simple. There's an issue with the Hathaway, the way the accounts flow from investment to expenditure to reserve to the tip, and the timing that we always have to borrow from the reserve. Every year we have to. And it really is because of this. On July 1st, the tip happens. So anything over that 4.5% tips back into the corpus. And that's great. But then the income from the previous fiscal year doesn't really arrive in the income account until about September. But we have to pay scholarships in August. So there's no money in the income account because it tipped on July 1st. But we have to pay scholarships in August. Income arrives in September. We pay another round of scholarships in January. Then it starts all over again. July 1st, we have about half the scholarship money or more tips. Then we pay again in August. Then we go into what looks like, and so you hear people in the legislature, oh, we can't even fund the Hathaway scholarship. It's going broke. It's actually started at 405 million, and it's now, I don't know, what is it, 687 million. So it'll be 700 million, I think, when we meet again. That'll be the final fiscal year. Started at 405. It's not going broke. It's the structure. There is no spending policy on the Hathaway. It's not 5%. The spending policy is the number of scholarships. And so that 4.5% was just a guess back in 2006. It probably should be 9%. And then we could pay those scholarships. We keep that in reserve account, and we pay a full year's worth, and we'd still tip. You'll still tip. It would just not force us to go into that reserve account every year, because it's just the way the structure and the timing is. So I think, first of all, before I ask for a bill request, though, I think we ought to all learn that. So we're all like going, okay. So if we can get that in a real simple graph, kind of, and get it explained to us maybe at our next meeting, be my request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe Matt has something he'd like to weigh in.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, the question was asked, how much has tipped since the endowment has been created? Since 2007, 115.5 million has tipped from the reserve account to the corpus.
115.
Okay, Senator Office.
Mr. Chairman, two things, and that's the tips, but there's still $110 million of unrealized capital gains that hasn't gone through the income account to potentially tip. So I think the more accurate mental concept is more around 200 million if you're saying what have we earned effectively relative to the beginning. And what's illustrative of that mechanism that Representative Harshman's discussing is if you look at table 3 in the memo that we have, 2020 actually shows us coming up short on the Hathaway payment, right? We had close to $17 million in investment earnings, paid out 18.2, so it almost seems like we're underfunding. That's at the same time we have $110 million of unrealized capital gains right now, because that revenue timing really just depends on when you realize those capital gains. There's nothing wrong with having $110 million of capital gains as long as you know that you're not short on funds. You just haven't realized those gains yet, so you're going to take a little bit out of that reserve account. But the timing of the reserve tips is problematic, as we've seen. So this is something that we've struggled with for a lot of years. because we haven't had the alignment of the policy and the intent with the funding. But again, that gets back to the nature of the permanent endowment and the fact that you can never raid the corpus. So once it goes into the corpus, there's nothing you can do to get it back. And so some reserve amount concept. The one thing I'd caution with going to 9% is when you have it in a holding account, as opposed to in the corpus, it's going to be in the agency pool as opposed to in the equity pool. And the revenue off of that, if it were 9% or about 4.5% right now, is going to be a seventh-ish of what you would get if it's in the corpus. So honestly, you're better off cash flowing it from a separate source that you have in the agency pool under any circumstance than growing that fund. But Representative Harshman and I, we've talked about that for years and years and years.
Co-Chair Scott.
We did, and I forget exactly who did it, took a quick look at what was happening a few years after we'd put the Hathaway in. What we found was that we weren't doing anything special for the very best and brightest. They had plenty of opportunities for scholarships anyhow. What we were doing was helping the average kid, and what we were seeing was that a number that had been going to the community college and having to stop there were now going to the university. And at the same time, a number of kids who were going to had been unable to go to higher education beyond high school were going to the community college. So it was producing quite a bit of the benefit for the average kid that we were seeking. What I'm concerned about now is the erosion we're seeing in the percentage of tuition and fees that are covered. My thought, and I've talked to Senator Wasserberger about it some, but my thought is that we need to regress the balance and tip less into the endowment and use more for the actual scholarships to keep up with the inflation that we have seen. And my instinct is, and this is just purely my instinct, is somewhere in reducing the amount we're tipping by about a half and using the resulting further income for improving the awards. My initial intent had been to bring that as a private bill to the next session. If the committee wants to do something like that, I'm all for it. Otherwise, I will bring a private bill in this particular area on this one. Mr. Chairman.
Harsh.
Mr. Chairman, and really be a pretty simple bill. You know, that 5% increase, I brought the bill for 10%, it got cut in half, then killed, and then the next year, Joint Education brought it for 5%. I've since brought 10% bills. I think a simple bill, though, would be to increase the awards by 5% and increase the reserve amount from 4.5 to 7, 8, 9% of that 5-year corpus. And then that'll give you a big enough reserve account to cover all that. And we'll be in good shape. And then if there are good years of investment, it'll tip into the corpus and continue to grow. But that's a simple little bill. So I'll just make that motion to increase the Hathaway scholarship by 5% and the reserve account by 9%. Yeah.
Moved and seconded to have a bill drafted to raise the Hathaway scholarship awards by 5%. What you said, 5%? Okay, any discussion? Oh, and the reserve account to 9%.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to approve this because I think we ought to have something in front of us to work on. I think Senator Ruffus makes some good points on the reserve amount. I think maybe we need to play with the timing of the tips as well and see if we can solve some of the cash flow problems that way.
This will get it on the table and we can amend
We
this.
can amend it. Yeah.
Okay.
And we can change the numbers based on the analysis.
Senator Ruffus.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I hope it's a friendly amendment that we would actually include some of the calendaring tipping times as part of that legislation, because I think that's
that
far
was a
more
part of it,
critical
wasn't it?
than the raising it to 9%, honestly, if that's friendly.
Go ahead.
It's about 15 million bucks is what we're talking about. And an increase in the reserve. So it's not like it's 50 million or 100 million. It's, you could do it that way. I will tell you another advantage though of a larger reserve. It is simply the Craig profile. And we know now that 150% reserve account fully funded in our other permanent funds gives you about 3 years. And then you see us on the fall off the cliff. And I think not everybody understands that. So I think this is an equivalent to about 200% reserve account in the other permanent funds, 90%. And it gives you about a 4 or 5 year spend at a Craig dividends and interest only 2.3% return. And I think it gives everybody a little more security, and Hathaway is not going broke.
Right. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
quick follow-up, and I'm going to support the motion. We can have the debate when we see the bill, but I do think looking at the tips is still going to lead to a better outcome for us if we look at the tip timing. So I hope we can do that and include it. If we don't include it in the draft, that's not an just on the fly amendment that you can say, oh, and let's add this language, because I wouldn't know what to add. So I hope we can do that. But getting back to the idea of the reserve accounts briefly, the whole time that I've been in the legislature, we've carried between $4 and $6 billion in the state agency pool. And it's a bunch of accounts that we've set up that are all some type of cash account in some agency, which includes all of our reserve accounts. So between 4 and 6 billion, that's never earned more than 2%. And that's why we created Pool A, right? We passed some legislation that allowed us to create Pool A, but Pool A, I think, is only 300-ish. I don't know where we're at in Pool A, but it's around 300 million of that $4 to $6 billion. So each time we have the conversation and we say, well, it's just a few dollars here, it's just a few dollars there, those few dollars over the last decade have added up to, it would be several $billion, over $1 billion of added revenue if we had invested the 4 to 6 billion in the agency pool in a way that was still allowing cash flow over that period of time at 7% instead of 2% down to negative. As you know, we had to get some time when that SAP was negative. So, you start adding up a bunch of tens of millions of dollars, it turns out it adds up a lot. So I'm still sensitive to that, but
Well,
I'll be an eye on the motion.
obviously, we have a bit of a disagreement on that issue. I'm just wondering if the bill could be drafted in such a way to leave it open-ended enough to where we could consider that, if the LSO would comment on that.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow staff to work with the two of you on, we'll go back with the treasurer's office and perhaps university commission on what timing works on the tips versus when their payments need to be received, et cetera. We can work with you two on how you want to see that drafted in the bill. Would that be appropriate?
I believe so. Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask, because I'll make the amendment if I don't see a different or more satisfactory solution. I would ask we consider setting the timing for the tips the way it is now, but the time of the actual tip in being on the 1st of April or the 31st of March. So after the session, so if we needed to change something, we could. And that would, I think, allow us to take care of the cash flow problem.
Well, we're almost debating the bill before we have the bill drafted here, so we probably need to have the bill drafted and make it as loose as we can on being able to put some things in it and make the amendments appropriate as we go. And I think you can do that over there on that side. So that would be my suggestion. And with that, I'm going to call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion is carried. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Anything else before we go to public comment? Okay, public comment is now open. Anyone in the audience would like to comment? Do we have anyone virtually requested to comment? Okay. So where does that take us on the agenda here?
Committee directives. I have some motions.
Okay, Co-Chair Scott, did you have a general comments?
No, I
Oh.
have a motion to make, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, two of them, one, we didn't talk, it was in your packet, on Senate Joint Resolution for Constitutional Amendment, that I think is well within our charge, simply asked that the version, which I think was in your packet, has passed the Senate, be put into bill form for this coming year for us to consider at a future meeting. And at the same time, ask that the committee chairman be authorized to request a bill draft if somebody else comes up with a creative idea for solving this problem. So we can look at a full spectrum of ideas on this.
So run that by me again now.
Okay. Constitutional amendment on school capital construction. This is the one that passed this past.
For funding, future
Yeah.
funding of
School capital construction.
okay. And that proposal would involve,
We'll put what passed the Senate into bill draft form for next year, which is a simple exercise. And then I'm asking that the chairman be authorized to request further bill drafts for the committee to consider if somebody has a different creative idea for approaching this problem.
and this involves property tax, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. Is that clear enough? Do we know what we're voting on here, folks?
Second.
Is there a second? I heard somebody down there second it. Okay, Sal,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be a no vote. I don't want a constitutional amendment on funding school capital construction in that manner.
Okay, anyone else like to comment this
Yeah,
time?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
Conlon.
I too will be a no vote. I think one of the things that we can be most proud of in this state.
Is your mic on?
Oops. I said I too will be a no vote. I think one of the things that we can be most proud of in this state is the equity that we have regarding school funding between and among districts. And what this bill does is have a constitutional amendment that says that our constitution regarding that equity should be modified when it comes to school capital construction. I'll be a no.
Comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a word of support. In my community, we're growing. I just attended an open house for a new development in South Cheyenne. And, the unfortunate thing that kind of clouded the celebration of it was, oh my God, the first thing that came to my mind is where are we going to put the kids? And, if not this solution, I think we need to be open to other ideas. This is just a vote to at least allow us to continue the discussion. I don't think we should be killing it right out of the bat when we have a looming problem on the horizon. I think we should move this to be a bill draft and at least discuss it and hear it out.
Hey, other discussion? Question's been called. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, raise your hand. Somebody can count for me. I can't see that clear down at the other end of that. What do you have? 7. All opposed? Seven. It fails on a tie, isn't it? Correct. Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, we're still going to have to do something in this area. Mr. Chairman, second motion in the packet was a draft of a bill to clarify the state superintendent's authority and give her some criteria for turning down federal funds. I would ask that we continue that draft forward and also draft in a way that could be added to that bill, the language on the teaching of equity and whatnot in the school districts. Add to that bill draft the draft based on what passed out on teaching of equity, on racial issues in the school districts, so that, and link the two together so that teaching that's required by the feds that's against those principles is not allowed. We deal with that by not accepting the federal money involved if they ever do anything like that. I think, Mr. Chairman, that's a positive approach to the problems. It's particularly the push nationally to require teaching of the critical race theory is raising, rather than a direct, we aren't going to do that kind of thing. I would like to take a positive stance to it and have us look at that as a solution in that problem. I'm not asking anybody to be in favor of it as a final matter, but I think we need to have something like that before us as a committee to deal with that issue.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Nyman. Discussion. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the first bill, the first consideration that we had in front of us was probably an okay. I don't really see any reason we couldn't do something like that. I'm not sure we actually need it. I don't think there's a requirement statutorily that we give that office the authority to deny funding, but maybe we need to. We could have that discussion a little later. But I think adding the secondary portion of this about we're not going to take this money if they change it convolutes the whole situation, because we're not really talking about that when we were having this discussion. The entire portion of this discussion, whether or not we were going to accept this money, was predicated on the fact of whether or not we're going to have the maintenance of equity and maintenance of effort. And when you convolute that discussion with critical race theory and everything else along those lines, I don't see how those two intertwine with one another. So I'll be a no vote on this. If you want to bring another motion to have the first bill drafted and have that discussion, and the second bill drafted and have that discussion, fine. But I don't see any reason why we need to convolute the issue and bring these two together.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, and I know we're not voting on a final bill, but my concern is so the superintendent, would she be able to deny Title I money going to districts? I know we're talking about art money or, some new pot of money, but I just don't know that that's, I'm kind of like the co-chairman here, in that I think this is outside of our lane. I think we're already covered. And I just don't see the need for it, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, on the prohibition and acceptance of federal funds, I mean, that's a school board power right now. Your local school board, elected in bigger elections than any of us, can do that right now. And so I get nervous of usurping the power of my local school boards and giving it to one of the high fives in Cheyenne. Okay, but I could maybe listen some more on that. We wanted to talk some more, but really, we're a local control state. But I do think this deal on your equal rights, I think you're on to something, but I think it's in the wrong spot. And it should probably be in that 21.9.102, where we require the teaching of the U.S. Constitution, the state of Wyoming Constitution, elementary through college, right? And I think you could include some more things in there that you have in there. You talk about the Declaration of Independence. You talk about the Constitution's Article 1, Article 6, and then you talk about Wyoming's role in suffrage. I think you could do that. I think you could even include some more stuff. I think every kid ought to still memorize the Gettysburg Address. Should. And I think most kids still get that. They do. I mean, it's just so powerful to our history. But And I get in because I'm into all that stuff, right? And I teach, all the guys I know teach. Everybody's teaching this stuff. It's all standards. But then you get into this, okay, are we supposed to prescribe curriculum? And I think we just got to watch that. Because I know you mentioned yesterday, we're elected to represent our people, and this is an issue for them. But we also raise our right hand and, swear to obey the Constitution. And you got us walking a tightrope there. Oldest serving member of the legislature, and you know that. And I think you got to be careful because we also want to be constitutional. So I think you got two issues. I'm with the Representative Brown. Break these up and we can probably talk about them some more, but I think you got this one in the wrong spot. Just put it where we already have some.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair Scott.
well, then I'll divide the motion and get them both drafted up, and then that gives Alice some discretion as to where to put it.
We can
Mr.
do
Chairman,
that.
As long as he's got a second.
Yeah. Is there a second? Okay, we got a second. So we're divided. Which sections?
Let's deal with the one first on the criteria for rejection. The one that's in the packet.
The one that's in the packet?
Yeah.
Deal with that one first. Okay. Any discussion on that?
Which one?
The one that was in your original packet.
That allows the superintendent to
Intended to
deny
gives,
federal funding.
yeah, gives the criteria for doing it.
All right, discussion on the section one. Yes, Senator Robbins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm still going to be a no on that. I do think that this is something that local control is appropriate for. I read through the legislation that gives broad authority to one of the 5 electeds to deny federal funds, and it's rather incredibly broad. But I even think, all right, well, what if it were narrowed to special circumstances? Would I want that? And the reality is, no. I think the system we have right now, where our local educational authorities have the discretion to accept or refuse those federal funds, they're duly elected, they're empowered currently. I think that's more consistent with the intent of the Constitution and appropriate statutorily. That's not an authority that I think we need to grant, which again would be a substantial, I think, change in authority for that statewide elected position. So I don't think that's something that we need to be considering as education.
Okay, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think that authority already exists because there's a provision in the statute allowing the superintendent to accept the federal funds. And I think that implies ability to reject. What this does is add some criteria. And I think the criteria are important, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further discussion on this section? Yes, Representative Newsom.
So if the superintendent can accept, she can also not accept. So then this makes, in my mind, legislation that does not have any impact.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott.
the impact is it sets some criteria which it does not have.
Okay, I think Senator Office had a comment down there.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So that's not what I gathered from the way statute would allow, and as a matter of fact, federal law requires the pass-through to local education authority right now, and I don't believe there's any action that the superintendent of public instruction could take to deny that. So I guess I would look to staff and see if I'm misreading statute. This looks like a new permissive that would provide the authority to the superintendent that the superintendent doesn't have, rather than restrictions. And if this is intended to be a restriction, I guess I would ask about it's like the C paragraph or something, which basically says anything else that the superintendent deems contrary to the interests of the state, which to me pretty much means anything. So I'd look to staff. Do you see that the superintendent right now could deny the 90% distribution to the local education authorities that will be coming through ESSER 3?
Staff, do you care to weigh in on this?
In response to your comment, Senator Rothfuss, I do think this expands the authority of the state superintendent to perhaps to perhaps turn back money on behalf of local education agencies. And I do believe that that is an extension of the current, it expands the current authority. It sits in 21.2.202 currently.
Further discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, I'm looking at this deal and I've been looking at it for the last couple of days. I think I'm gonna vote no, just because I think if there's a real issue, we're the ones in charge of K-12 funding. It's not the state superintendent. It's this committee and the legislature. And then we'll deal with it. And I don't want to give that power to one person. There was a period just a few years ago, we went through 3 or 4 soups in about 3 or 4 years. And I'm just not going there. I trust my school board and I trust the legislature. If there's something crazy train that's going on that we just don't agree with, we'll step in and solve that problem. But I just think it's kind of a solution in search of a problem. And so that's what I'm just gonna.
Further comments, discussion? Yes, Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And again, I'll go back to the idea. I don't necessarily think that we need to do it, but one of the things that I always try to think about is unintended consequences when we're starting to talk about something like this. I get it, we're not voting on the bill right now, but voting on a draft of the bill is, in essence, pretty similar situations to what the bill's going to look like in the outcome. We're codifying this. This is a codification. This is going into the green books. And what's to say we have something that comes back here and you're solely putting every single bit of trust into this one person? And what happens if this one person decides that it is, as we state on page 2, the use of federal funds is not in the best interest of Wyoming citizens? We're relying that one person to decide that. And I'm just, certainly I have to agree with the good coach here. I don't think I can vote in favor of something like that. So I'm going to be a no vote on this as well.
Okay, further discussion? Questions called for. I think we'll save ourselves some time. We'll just do a show of hands. So all in favor, raise your hand. How many we got? 5. We've got 5. 6. Okay, all opposed, raise your hand. You got 8. Okay. So the motion fails. And the second half of the
Motion is to take the thing I passed out on teaching on the funding of the teaching of the teaching of equality and that sort of thing, and put it into a bill draft.
In other words, the handout that you
Yeah.
gave us, okay, like yesterday. All right, is there a second? Seconded down there, I think it was Kathy Conley, is that? Oh, okay, Kathy. All right,
Mr. Chairman.
further discussion, yes, go ahead.
And I assume this is correct. So is this going to go in the part where you define what we would look at for in the Constitution or the teaching of
Yeah,
civics?
I would think it would naturally fit.
And are we going to do all of the pieces of that? I worry we start to walk that line of curriculum. Are we going to just pick out, I guess, what are you actually proposing?
Well, what I'm proposing is what's there for a bill draft, and then obviously that gives you something you can take pieces out or add pieces to as you choose to. I don't propose to debate all the specifics, but basically what I want to do is rely on our fundamental documents, the Declaration of Independence and the Equal Rights Clauses in the Wyoming Constitution for the principles.
Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I guess as I'm looking at this, I don't really have ultimately a major problem with this. I'm just curious why the specific callouts of the Constitution instead of just saying teach the Constitution of the United States and teach the Constitution of the state of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
The reason for that is right now, the popularity on the left of the critical race theory and what I want to do to head that off is to say we're going to teach based on those principles in the Constitution, which speak really directly to that, the fundamentals of that issue. And where what we're trying to do is say, treat everybody the same, regardless of their race, color, ethnicity. And that's what's in our state constitution. That's what's in the Declaration. And that's a good source to cite it from, because it's something that I think virtually all Americans agree on. And I think this is a good way to head off an unproductive debate if somebody wants to just plain prohibit certain of the other teaching. Let's state the principles we're in favor of and teach based on that. And that gives us a sound basis for dealing with the other. If somebody tries to force it on us.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as I look at this document, if you got it, Mr. Co-Chair, and I look at number 1, Romanet 3, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there, but certainly we passed women's suffrage very early and we stuck with that. But I'm not sure that, I'm not sure, it depends on what equality you're talking about. Certainly, probably African Americans at that point in time weren't allowed to vote. So I want to understand what you're trying to get at 3, and that's why I'm a little concerned about the specificity. I don't mind more education in the line of civics and the Constitution and our role in Wyoming. It's when I read something as specific as 3 in a bill draft, what do you actually mean in that? What are you trying to get at?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I really think that once it's in bill draft form is the time to debate this kind of issue. We did pass the suffrage bill, first session territorial legislature, 1869, December. First time we had control over, we in Wyoming had control over our own political system. I think that's something, civic pride, we can say that's not as important. We ought to have it. I think it's worthwhile. That's what I'm trying to get at. And I think it is important and something we can be proud of and should be proud of as a state. So that's why I put it in there. If you take it out, it won't fundamentally change the thing. But I do ask you, let us have it drafted in there and then see.
Further, yes. Right.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a pretty easy, as I read that 29-102, I think, and I'm speaking really to staff, that 1 Romanet I, it spells out the United States Constitution, and you could say including boom, boom, boom. And then the state constitution and Romanet 2, where Declaration of Independence would be another part. And then the state constitution is in there and part of 2, and you could put that in there. And then I think Romanet 3, just clean that up and say Wyoming's role in women's suffrage. I think that's easy. This was notes I wrote on it. And then in flipping over to the second page, in addition, facts about slavery, our struggles. I wrote down also President Lincoln's first inaugural address and the Gettysburg Address. Those are such powerful, probably the most powerful speeches ever. And then I think 5, Romanet 5, and then letter 2, we just killed that bill draft. So I think you can take 5 out of there. I mean, that's what you do daily. I mean, every teacher everywhere does that daily, Romanet 5. I don't think you put something like that. But I think if you want to spell it, say, hey, we want women's suffrage to be specifically mentioned, and we want the Gettysburg Address, whatever. We're pushing the envelope on this, but that's an amendment. Yeah.
Can we amend the draft?
Yeah, to amend this motion.
Okay.
Kind of give our instructions.
All right. All right. You want to make that amendment more specific so we can understand it?
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think you got it. I think staff has the gist of that. It's everything on there except for these last couple things and I cleaned. up the
Yeah,
ones that-
and I think if those are important enough to be put back in there, we can put it back in later, but I'd sure like to see them. I think that helped the bill pass initially. Yes. Well, I think we've decided not to amend it, haven't we? Or do we want to do that? You want to
Maybe it
call
was a friendly amendment. Was it a friendly amendment?
Well, I don't know. Was it friendly?
Well, taking the item 2 out, the other bill, I think that's essential. That's fair. I do like the other provision. Take out, and I think maybe we can ask them to provide an amendment that would add in the Lincoln's first inaugural and the Gettysburg Address document instead.
So now you've got me confused.
Mr. Chairman, just point of order here if I can. I agree with the good co-chairman here. I think we're getting into the weeds here. I think we need to do a vote on what has been proposed here. We're trying to amend something that is not even in bill draft form. If we want to pass this and have that discussion, let's do that later. But as it is, I think it would be in the best interest of the committee and the committee's time as well as LSO. Let's vote on this. Let's worry about amending it if it passes. Thank you.
We have a motion to amend.
Okay, there's a motion to amend the bill draft request on the floor, been seconded, questions been called for. All in favor of the amendment to the bill draft request, raise your hand. Who's counting for me? You're gonna count for me. Okay, 8 would be a majority. I'm not sure who.
Thank you. So I guess we're back on the bill draft request. Oh, my apologies. Go ahead.
Pass.
All right. So back on the bill draft request as amended. Mr. Chairman, you said yesterday as we first started looking at this, that we might be going out of our lane, and I think that was exactly the right sentiment. At no point that I've been on this committee over the past decade and longer have we decided what should and shouldn't be taught in schools at this level of detail. When we do something, we say, let's teach science or more broadly. We did have some language about the Constitution. Honestly, I resisted that for the same reason, that when you look at what our responsibilities are from a policy standpoint versus what the responsibilities of the State Board of Education is from a content performance standpoint, as well as what the district's responsibilities are, as spelled out in the Constitution that states not to dictate textbooks, which has been interpreted to some degree as concept of curriculum. We have roles, and I would hate to see this committee evolve into a committee that spends all of its time trying to decide which things go in this bill. What do we teach? You know, what are the important things? What are the important historical events? Now, I know that this is a reaction to a current buzz phrase of critical race theory. I checked my email. Nobody's telling me to espouse the introduction of critical race theory. I wouldn't run a bill, certainly, requiring that we teach critical race theory, because I would say that's a deviation from the Wyoming Constitution's intent of leaving it up to the State Board of Education to develop standards and then the school districts to implement curriculum. And apparently I'm advocating for it, despite the fact that it's not in my email anywhere. I've received no marching orders. And the moment I do, Mr. Chairman, I will call you and the co-chairman. I will let you know that I've received my marching orders to advocate that we bring a bill, and then we can bring this bill back and we can fight the two. But it's just not coming. And for us to go down a path that has this magnitude of importance, where we start prescribing and dictating educational content on the supposition that someone might make a request at some point that we teach something that some people don't like. Wow. That's going down a road that I hope we don't go. So I'm a no.
Question's been called for. Again, we're going to save ourselves some time and just have a show of hands. All in favor of the motion to have the bill that we just outlined, that I'm not going to go over. Again, signify by raising your hand. Seven. We got, okay, all opposed. We're gonna have the same number, I guess. Looks like we got 7 again. All right, so the motion to have the bill drafted has failed.
Mr. Chairman, for those of you who favor letting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just one little issue, I think, a problem that needs solved. I think it's little tiny bills on this ADM computation. It's currently at 80%. Remember, it was 50. We moved it to 80 a couple of years back. And that doesn't work on a block schedule, which many of our high schools are on. And so the number should be 75, so our LDS kids can attend their session. So kids who work can attend, because when you say 80, well, you go to 3 classes, and then that forces school districts to make goofy schedules so they can get to 80. And I mean, school districts are responding, but that's not what we want to do. So it's a simple little bill. The money is probably negligible. So it's not about that. Just moving it from 80 to 75. So the block 3 out of 4 deal works. That's all my motion.
For bill draft
Bill
to
draft,
reflect that.
one
Okay.
sentence.
Co-chair.
Mr.
Scott.
Chairman, I have reservations about this. I did get some feedback on one of the earlier things we did, where some of the Mormon members said that what we had done easier for their people who were going on missions. And I'm reluctant to change that without getting input from those folks.
Mr. Chairman?
Further discussion, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm getting a little nervous going down this path of, we have things on our agenda. We respectfully asked for absenteeism and truism. We took testimony on it and then decided on a bill draft. I think this conversation is an important one, but it would be more appropriate for the bringer of the motion to talk to the chairs to see if we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting, give it some time, give it some feedback, and then maybe decide on a bill drafting motion at that time. Because I think we could be here all afternoon if this is going to turn into a free-for-all. I've got some great ideas of bills I could start throwing out there too. But I don't know that we're doing ourselves a favor by going down this path.
Mr. Chairman.
Got a second on.
Well, and fair enough. And I'll back and I'll talk to you about it. But now you all know about it. And the 80 needs to go to 75 for our LDS kids and kids who work. And we can talk about the next meeting. I think the good senator's right. So I'll back off. Thank you.
Ed, Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask for that the committee consider or make a motion for a bill draft that would be an endowment for an adult, let's call it adult Hathaway. And it would be patterned pretty much patterned after the Wyoming's Tomorrow. And the color of the money, whether that's Hathaway money or whether that's ARP money, we can kind of leave that blank, but I'd like to see 100 million in that adult Hathaway program. And I think we could, we can have that discussion. It could be a sub-account in the Hathaway. It could be a separate account run differently. But Mr. Chairman, I have 2 of those kinds of motions for an endowment, and that's the first one.
LSO, does that give you enough? You'll be able to figure that out. Okay, is there a second?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
No.
Senator Ellis. Okay, seconded by Conley, and then Senator Ellis, did you have a comment?
Yeah, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to repeat my previous comments, I really cared about the concept of Wyoming Tomorrow. I've been thinking about how it can be structured, the source of funds, how we could maybe think about it in a little different light. But again, we're getting down this path of, if the bringer wants to do that, then maybe I should bring my motion too. I don't think that this is how we should be proceeding on such an important idea. We should be getting feedback from stakeholders before we start going down the path of having the bill instruction. I'd urge you to defeat this motion.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if we want to have a committee, I thought that was what we were trying to get done was, I thought we took testimony from community colleges, and that, that whole idea, I think I view this as just the basis for the start of a discussion. So we have something that we can actually refine the next go around. So we actually have something we can vote on later. But if, if we don't want to go down this path, that's all right with me.
Well, we have a motion and we have a second on the bill, and so when we are now in discussion, and I would consider this to be in order. So let's proceed with the discussion. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to support the motion, and I really think it's topical, consistent with our agenda. We talked about ESSER funding yesterday and potential resources that are coming towards us for education opportunities. And at the same time, we discussed potential strategies for higher education funding, in particular community college funding. And honestly, this seems like a bill draft consistent with those suggestions for a solution to that, where we might be able to come up with an endowment that provides for additional funding. We also talked about the Hathaway, and we know that we have needs for additional resources there. So this is a trifecta at this point, I think, of topicality, and I think it's a great idea too. So
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. This is really topical and important. My point is, I think we should be taking a little bit more of a thoughtful approach in how we start instructing staff with bill drafts. When we kind of throw these things out there, we haven't had the benefit of having some feedback from affected constituencies so that we can give LSO a little more refinement in what our asks are. And that might change after we hear from the public. I really support this concept, and I would hope that the bringer of the motion would visit with the chairs and say, let's spend some time and have some dedicated time on our next agenda to talk to stakeholders and then proceed with the request for a bill draft. But, just procedurally, this is a never ending, I don't see how our meetings are going to end if this is how we start practicing our request for bill drafts.
Just let me say that I've already ruled that this is in order, and that I'm going to limit the discussion only to the request for the bill draft. That's it. Senator Salazar, did you have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo the previous speaker. I'm very sympathetic to this. I am. I made it clear today that I want to talk about this. I do have a question about the number that was put in there as far as the funding amount, but you've made your ruling, Mr. Chairman, so I'll leave it there.
Yes, Senator Scott.
Chairman, I think this is one step. I'm very sympathetic to the basic program here. I think it's one step premature because the funding source is not clear. And if there's an attempt on the Hathaway, I'm very much opposed to diverting that funding for something else. So I'm going to be a no vote on this one.
Okay, any further discussion? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think this was kind of the number one ask, maybe the number two ask from our community colleges. We've worked on it for 2.5 years, talked to literally hundreds of hours of stakeholder comment all around the state, several counties. So we've worked this, and I'm glad to see the newfound sympathies and appreciate it. And usually it takes a while for these ideas to kind of come around, and I'm glad, because the idea, it's about our state. It's not about anybody else or any name or anything else. It's about trying to solve some problems. And if we can do this, we're not the first state, we're one of the last states. And we'll figure out the money. Probably won't be the Hathaway in the end. We'll figure it out. But let's get the thing on the table again and get the thing moving, our September meeting, then we can fine tune it in our last meeting and then bring this forward. See, last year, the idea was to have this committee sponsor. Then the former Senator, late Senator Cole, Lord rest his soul, passed away. And so that December meeting of education, just couldn't get it to you. There's too much going on. And so we sat and we all talked, so who should sponsor this? We wanted joint education to sponsor that bill last year, like no other, but it just didn't work with Senator Cole. And with that, with his passing. And so here we are a year later, this committee, and let's get to work on it. Now, with all due respect, hey, I've sat through a lot of these meetings, a lot of bill draft requests. I don't see critical race theory or school CapCon on this agenda. So let's keep working this thing. I got an hour and a half drive. I'll be all right. And we'll keep working it and go from there. So I appreciate the majority floor leader bringing the motion. I appreciate the senator's support of it and working together. This joint committee will figure it out and we'll have something we can all agree on. So
Are you ready for the question?
Please, question.
Question has been called for. We're going to have a show of hands.
No, I have a,
I've
Question.
already called for the question.
I don't even know what the
You're out
question
of
is
order.
on, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what in the world are we voting on?
We're voting on having a, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just to review the motion, it's basically to create an adult Hathaway style scholarship based similarly on the Wyoming's Tomorrow bill, but at 100 million, but I wasn't going to specify the money. The money could be, in the end, we can have a discussion whether the money should come out of the Hathaway, whether the money should come out of federal ARP money, but I think this is just to get the bill draft going so we have something to work on.
Thank you.
That's what and so I'm going to ask for the vote again. All those in favor, raise your hand. Going to count for me. All those opposed? Did you count yourself? One, two, three, 8, 6. My math. Okay, so it's 8, 4, 8, 6. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, a
motion
comment
passed.
on, provide a comment.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if we can't get, a balanced, in the end, if we can't get a bill that has more support than that and hopefully complete support, then we shouldn't run the bill. I mean, I think in the end, that's where we need to go. If we can't find common ground enough to get this idea off the ground and with broad support on both sides of our chambers, I think it's not worth bringing. And Mr. Chairman, if we're not going to make any more motions, that's fine. If we're going to make some more, I got another one. And I think it's on topics that we've been talking.
I would listen to that motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator.
can I just ask a favor? Since between now and when this bill draft is coming together, there are some of us that didn't get the opportunity to serve on the Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force. And there are some of us that want to be involved, want to be engaged, want to offer ideas. If you could extend an invitation to the entire committee in the bill drafting process so that we can weigh in and bring something. I mean, I do think this is an important idea, but I mean, I think we're starting to see the division and we've got to figure out a way for everybody to come along. And I don't like this framing that just because you voted no on a procedural issue, wanting a little more time to digest it, think about it, and take testimony, that now you're in the camp of opposing a bill. That's certainly, I want to be clear, that's never been my position on Wyoming's Tomorrow. But I am very concerned about being cut out of being involved in the drafting and lending some ideas from what I'm hearing in my communities and what I see when I talk to my constituents. So I guess I'd respectfully ask that there be an invitation extended to all of us to weigh in on that bill draft.
Sounds like a reasonable request to me. Okay, let's proceed with other bill draft requests.
Mr. Chairman, the other bill draft request that I would have at this moment also deals with community colleges. And I do think that we are going to have somewhere around $500 million, the state is, and I want to see some of that go to education. Obviously, maybe some of that's in that adult education program, but I think on the programmatic side of community colleges, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion, and these are placeholders, but I'd make a motion that we create an endowment of $100 million for community colleges that would be split in some manner between programmatic, and you could even use Wyoming Works, it's still in statute, and their block grant. And in the end, we may decide one route or the other, but that basically the income off of that would be split programmatic and block grant. And using using our money that we're going to be able to swap with our ARP money. So.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reached out to LSO about the use of ARPA money, and I know that there's a lot of loose conversation about swaps. Could you put a finer point on exactly how some of these swaps would work? I mean, are we relying on, strong commodity prices and the energy sector for that additional revenue? I mean, is that the extra influx of money that you're relying on? I just want to understand that better. Again, this is something I wish we were fleshing out just a little bit more before we were instructing LSO to draft bills, but that's my question.
Let me see if I can get a second on that before we do that. Seconded by Harshman. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I agree, it's in a sense premature in the fact that we don't know exactly all we're going to know about these dollars. And it's kind of like some of the bills that came last session on CARES Act. If the money's available, we want to see this go on. And so what I believe, my understanding is what the state of Wyoming is allowed to do based on the federal guidance is that we can do revenue replacement up to a certain amount that is our lost revenue. So lost revenue replacement. And we will be able to use ARPA dollars in agencies and then save general fund dollars. And I know that's hard to write, but I think what I'm trying to get at with this bill request is to just get a stake in the ground that we want to try to provide some funding for community colleges out of any of that money that we may find available. And like I said, the amount and the exact wording may vary.
So Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think this one probably is worthwhile pursuing. The ARPA, I'm hearing that there may be an opportunity in the ARPA funding. It's, I think, not clear yet, but if we have the work done and are prepared, I think there's a good enough chance we could come up with something that would work. So I think at this point, getting a draft done, Mr. Chairman, is probably productive. We don't use it this time, we might be able to use it if the feds do something else we could take advantage of. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it's probably a worthwhile expenditure of the LSO staff's time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a question and clarification. What is the amount for each of those designations, the programmatic and the block grant? Did you say 50-50 represented?
Okay. Question's been called for. All in favor of having the bill drafted, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Motion has passed.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday in the discussion with the various staff people on the issue of the stimulus money that hasn't been accepted yet, one of the concrete proposals came up, which I think is non-controversial between the two houses, is to raise the amount that school districts put in reserve. My memory is what the House did was 30% as opposed to the current 15%. I would ask we have a bill draft on just that topic and to follow what the House did in the general session. on that.
Seconded by Summers. Question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Representative Brown.
I'm hoping we can end tonight on a joyous occasion here, but I'm gonna move for a bill draft to be considered. A lot to be digested here, but in essence, what we're looking for is going back to the very long discussion that we had this morning around K-3 reading assessment. And I'll just label off the 3 items that I'm looking for in the bill draft. The first thing will be the Department of Education shall select 3 K-3 reading assessments and 3 K-3 reading screening tools that districts may choose from. This eliminates the burdensome rigmarole of trying to find out 17 different screening tools. Number 2 would require a number of hours of professional development for K-3 teachers surrounding reading, science of reading, and reading interventions, making that a component level reimbursement. And then the third thing would be require schools/districts to notify parents if a student is suspected or has been found to have a reading disability or deficient in reading as soon as practical.
Moved and seconded, comments? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think until we have a better understanding of why we're seeing the problems we're seeing in that whole reading intervention, we can put this into final, but I think it's a good idea to get the drafting done. And it will give us a vehicle we can modify. I do think before we take a final vote, we've got to have a much better understanding of what our problems are. And I'm hopeful we'll be able to get that. And committee members recall, I asked each one of you to go talk to your home district on this area.
Further discussion? Try this with the mic on. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I think on the second point, we're a little confused. The motion indicated a reimbursement on a component level basis. Can you please clarify, is this a categorical grant that's going to be provided to school districts? Do you have a certain amount that you want to appropriate? Where do you want to appropriate it from?
Mr. Chairman, Matt, at this point, I think what we need to do, and I was actually going to be talking to you offline, but we'll just do this here. What I'd like to look at that is we need probably some more direction and probably some more input. So if we can leave the amount open right now until we actually hear some more discussion on this as we move forward with the school districts, just a placeholder, and then we can decide where that will come from at a later date.
Representative or Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll support this bill draft. I'm a little reticent to say that they're all going to work out, and taking away the flexibility might be a challenge on the screeners and the assessments, but we can consider that. The one I did want to visit was the motion specifically regarding the second point, which is the professional development. It seems like it was a little confusing as to whether or not that would be an ongoing requirement or a one-time requirement. And one way to accomplish it, the districts currently have a certain amount of time required for professional development under our contract days, and there's a professional development budget already in place. It could simply be a non-codified bit of statute saying in these years, all K-3 educators shall take professional development consistent with this early childhood reading, and whether that's the assessments or whatever else. That might be a way to accomplish it. Is that what you're looking for, or are you looking for an every year? I guess I want a little more clarity on that.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, absolutely, as we heard multiple times today, the one thing that is continuously being asked for from the teaching community on this is professional development. What we're finding more and more and more as this discussion continuously evolves is not only do these teachers not get taught as they're going through college, so they're getting this teaching as they're coming out, but we also have a large majority of these teachers right now that need this training as well. So this would be an ongoing requirement. The science is continuously evolving, as you heard today, and you had a very lengthy discussion about whole language learners. That discussion 15 years ago wouldn't have happened. It was all settled science. Well, let's have that discussion as we're moving forward. So this would be a continuous, and this would be the only reason I put this, and we can discuss this at a later time. The only reason I put this as a categorical grant is to make sure that this money is getting funneled into that area. This is, in my opinion, this is probably the most critical piece of the entire bill request that I'm asking for, is that it goes to this area. So that's what I'm looking for.
The other issue that I'd like to address at some point in time, this is probably not the appropriate time, but if I was going to add to that list, it would be to have some kind of standardization on the kindergarten readiness thing, to have 3 different, same kind of criteria, but kindergarten readiness to me is an extremely important thing. If you're not mature enough to start learning, boy, you're going to be at a handicap the rest of the time. And retaining those kids in kindergarten, pretty traumatic experiences. Those of us have been through that can testify to. Yeah. But any further comment on the okay, question's been called. All in favor of having the bill drafted signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion's carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to make a bill draft request or make a motion, but I think as we move forward on this issue of early childhood literacy, or K3 literacy, I think what I would really like to do, if the chairs would allow, the next time we have this up, I'd like to get WDE to talk about the early childhood program we have that's funded, I think, out of TANF dollars out of DFS, which is a grant program to local providers to do early childhood programs. I'd like to have a little, few minutes to understand that program. What are the needs out there? I really would like to see us think about an endowment out of some of those federal dollars for that, going to that same program, a program we've had in place. But I think it's important that we first understand what the program is, so everybody understands what the program is, what the needs are. Maybe they're funding everything that's needed. That's not what I've heard when I've asked in appropriation, but I think this committee needs to hear that, because I think that's really a critical piece to this basically early literacy, is that early childhood piece. And that's a program that has been well received in our communities in the state of Wyoming. So I would certainly hope we could do that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and I think that the co-chair would agree that given the robust discussion that we had today, that at our next meeting, we should provide some time to kind of bring that to a closure if we can, or at least continue the discussion on that. Okay. Any further discussion? Anything else? Do we have anyone virtually who has asked to comment on anything? Okay, there's a motion on the floor to adjourn. All in favor?